For me, it's like some round we have issue about the engine, and we found information to make to develop the engine more faster because our competitor more fast in some track. So we need to learn how to adjust our bike to fight with them. For me, it's like in the track we have many parts of the track, so we need to use like our advantage about the machine to use that way to fight with the competitor. But our bike we have competitive and more advantage and disadvantage. But we need to pick up the advantage thing for our machine to fight with the competitor. For me, it's like the last part of the circuit because it's like a chicane. A little bit we need to follow our mark to make more easy to turning at the last part. And also if Japanese rider they always riding here, so they have fast when they riding. So I need to like more fast to learn about the track, and especially last part of the track.
Yeah, I'm put very hard I need to follow first group and have a accident because it's so fast and setting might not balance. Yes. Have a high side and little front, but maybe accident fast more. I like chicane because it's so hard, have a challenge, yes. And I think I can overtake rider in chicane.
我是 IDEMITSU NJT 的选手李瑞云 Vita。那我参加过的比赛经历，在近年来这比较近的是2018年的日本叔叔卡林路的4小时耐力赛，然后韩国的那个耐力赛6个小时的。那再来就是21年的话，在中国的宁波有参加过300组的比赛。那再来就是我们的这个 ARRC 的比赛这样子。 身为就是我是在比赛上面很多年的女选手，希望说对比赛有兴趣的女孩子，其实可以进入有专业的训练，然后专业的团队去做一个训练跟培训，然后也可以一起加入到这个赛事里面来，可以从小的赛事一直慢慢的进阶到大的赛事。那也希望说不要说一开始就接触很大的排量，因为 你可能不太会驾驶，我们可以先从小排量150开始骑，然后把基础把那个训练练好之后，再慢慢提升到大排量，把这个技术给骑得精细一点，然后也对自己的安全会更有保障。
Okay, 3 things that I like to race in 250 because it's not so much different with underbone. We still have some big group, and also it's fun for me because we have fighting each other, and I like the team too because we work together always and we always have fun with all the things that we can do, and also maybe because the bike is not so much fast than 600 and it's not so hard to ride, but the important thing is now for me it's not so easy to race in 250 because we need a more fast bike. I still have more training at home and always do some exercise, and I already have praying to get the best result for me. And also for this round, I hope best racing for me because this is the new circuit for me and this is have more challenging for me.
Untuk round pertama dan round kedua memang ada struggle sikit dari segi momentum saya. Dan saya rasa dalam 2 race tu dapat membantu saya untuk race ketiga ni. 2 race saya tak ada point. Jadi saya perlu ada point lah di round ketiga ni. Kalau racing dengan Fazli ni banyak motivate dia dekat kadang-kadang jumpa di kampung. Kami akan bincang satu sama lain tentang riding skill rider lain, dan kebanyakannya kami akan bincang tentang riding untuk setiap track yang kami akan lalui.
Tôi cảm thấy rất là vui khi được chạy Underbone và tôi được tập luyện chung với các thần tượng của tôi. Sau khi chạy sân xi băng thì tôi có làm quen được những khúc cua ở tốc độ cao và cải thiện được cho sân Sugo. Tôi rất thích máy là rất phù hợp với tôi và mạnh mẽ và mượt mà.
Of course, winning podium. Many teams expect podium win in the every race. That's my team expectation. Always. In Sepang, I'm not lucky to get the podium because I tried my best because I tried to in Super Pole. I did not join Super Pole because have a engine chassis problem. But in race, I pushed very hard, but I'm not lucky because many rider crashes in front of me in the last corner. That's why. But the next race, I try to push more.
For sure, for me, it's my first time in Sugo, and for me, I see like have a lot of speed corner and also a little bit technical track. Maybe we will see about the race. Interesting is for the fight because a lot of different with another category. Like I was go on 300 last year. Also, I've been in 250, but 150 is different. A lot of another category.
Compared to the last year I was replaced 600 rider from the other team, but this year I changed the category to TVS 1 meg race. Anyway, it's a big change for me because also the bike from 600 to 300 bike. So for me, nothing to do because I've experience with Moto3 last time, and with this bike, it's not much different for me, and not a big different compared to the 600 bike. Anyway, I'm happy to be back in the motorbike in the TVS because for sure this year I have a new rider and also new come from this category compared to the last year. So it will be more fighting and more tough in this category. And anyway, I enjoy that.
I feel like TVS 1 meg championship have a lot of talented riders. Riding with them can earn me a lot of experience and will benefit me in the future for sure. The TVS Apache bike is very fast in power and it is very stable in corner.
Yes, compared to last year, their competitors are different, and also from the bike side, tire is different because we are using a sleek tire this year. The tire helps us to go faster, better handling, we get better handling.
Yes, I practicing more, but unfortunately before start season I had an injury, so I started training very late. I'm improving a lot, but that is not enough for me because competition level is more higher, so more riders are very fast. I need to improve more.
So last year, I tried to first time this race. So maybe compared to last year, this year coming more fast rider, also strong rider. So I'm looking forward to fighting many riders. I think important, especially last chicane. This is fighting point. 今週末アジアロードレース選手権開催されます。昨年に引き続き、今年もスティーブ・エースのワンメイクレースに参戦します。皆さん現地に応援しに来てください。
It is a glorious Saturday afternoon. We are in northern Japan. That is the wonderful site of the Sugo International Racing Course. It's the third round of the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship coming to you from this iconic circuit. It is undulating, it is challenging, it has also had track records galore and is a possibility of the weather changing. We're told there is a thunderstorm predicted for 2 o'clock. I'm Des Corkill, alongside me to talk you through the next 2 days of action, of which there'll be 5 races today, 5 makes of racing tomorrow, is Barry Russell. And Barry, the circuit now looks absolutely superb, fast track times, but this weather, we've got to talk about it.
Yeah, the weather yesterday was much cooler than it was today. The track temperature was cool. We saw a lot of crashes, largely as a result of that. And today, much warmer, fewer crashes, even though we know this is a funny microclimate we've got here at Sugo. So who knows what will happen. At the moment, the skies look clear and bright, and it feels warm and spring-like.
And the undulating nature of this circuit as well. You've got that lovely hill coming up to the start-finish line. There's a wicked chicane just before that. There's so many challenges for all of the racers here. Particularly, I would say, those in the smaller categories, the Underbone 150s and the TVS 1 make that we're going to be seeing in just a moment.
Yeah, you do need power to drag yourself up the hill. You can't quite see the grade, the elevation changes on the track map here, but it does vary by 70 meters from high to low point. And that includes blind crests, blind corner entries, downhill braking, loads of challenges. This is a circuit that favors the bravest of riders.
New toy for our production team to play with is the drone, which I don't think we're allowed to follow the races live. It would be fun one day when we've got that technology. But the TVS 1 make is the race that we get underway with. And the story of this one, by Russell, is Vorapong Malawan, the championship leader and the defending champion, only starting in P6. That suggests that the likes of Deki Tiano Aldi, who's in P2, and the pole sitter for today, who's the Hiroki Ono, that suggests that they are challenging Vorapong Malawan.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Des. Vorapong, he didn't have an answer for Hiroki Ono yesterday in free practice, and he couldn't find one today in qualifying either, despite his quality.
Here is the starting grid. Hiroki Ono is making his first appearance of the season in this competition. Deki Tiano Aldi, runner-up last year, the young Indonesian. They're all riding identical bikes. Muzakir Mohammed, the experienced Malaysian, on the P3 on the first row of the grid.
And the second row of the grid is led by Ramdan Rosley. Next to him, Fugo Tanaka, who took 2 third places here last year, and Vorapong Malawan, who took a P1 and a P2 last year.
Moving on to the third row, and you've got the young Singaporean Arsyad Rusty, who is looking to improve on his 7th place in the championship, 7th place on the grid. Next to him is Daram Pob Tongoy, the Thai, who's making his debut in this one-make championship. And KY Ahmad is the best of the Indian racers. He's in P9 on the third row of the grid.
And on row 4, we've got Miu Nakahara. Good to see her back in this championship again. Next to her, the Indian veteran, Jagan Kumar. And outside of him, in P12, Kuan Chang.
Yeah, Kerwin Chang, the Filipino, and P13 and 14 are Piawat Patumyos, who is 3rd in the overall championship standing. He's had 2 podium positions, and Chirant Vishwanath, the 3rd of the Indian riders, is in P14. 14 starters, as I say, they're all on identical bikes. The setups, yes, they do get tweaked here and there, but there's a certain number of mechanics to play on all of these machines. So it is effectively best rider wins in this competition, Barry.
Very much so. That's what the series is designed to do, and it has got a really nice combination this year of experienced riders like Vorapong, of course, but also like Ramdan Rosley and Muzakir Mohammed.
Yeah, it's
and Piawat.
Yeah,
Sorry
and
to interrupt.
Piawat. Yeah, it's very strange to see Ramdan in here. We're used to seeing Ramdan on the big superbikes and the 600 cc's, but he's coming down into this TVS 1 make and making a decent fist of things so far. He's got himself a win at Sepang last time out. In fact, a P2 and a P1 last time out for Ramdan Rosley after 2 DNFs in the opening round of the season in Buriram. So let's keep a close eye on Ramdan. He's starting in P4 of the grid.
And it's good to see those more experienced riders being matched with young up-and-coming riders. The most obvious here are Deki Tiano Aldi, you mentioned earlier on, who was phenomenally quick in practice and did extremely well to qualify second, and also Fugo Tanaka, who was really fast round here last year. So a nice mix of experience and youth.
10 laps of the Sugo circuit. The red flag is waved, the red flag is off, and we are close to being underway. Top left of your screen is where the red lights are now on, and when they go off, we are underway. It is race number 5 of the season. It's a good start from Hiroki Ono, although coming into the first corner, he's under pressure from Tiano Aldi, but it's Hiroki who's just able to close the gate and will go down the hill first. That's a solid start. Everybody's away nice and safely, Barry.
Yeah, Muzakir Mohammed lifted his wheel, which cost him a little bit on the at the start, but everybody away quite smoothly. No particularly good or particularly bad starts, and everybody safely coming into the first sector.
You can't win a race in the opening lap, but you can certainly lose one if you have things bad enough. As the green flags go, everything is nice and clear. Again, they're coming down the hill here. They're sweeping down. And in practice over the first couple of days, the cold tyres had grip problems, and a few people slid off. Not so much in the TVS one make, but in other competitions. So you need to be a little bit cautious, certainly on the first lap as the tyres get up to race temperature.
And Fugo Tanaka there. Looking strong enough at the front. Tiano Aldi, he's pretty determined. I've been impressed with Deki this weekend. We already know how good Hiroki Ono is. He's 30 years old now, about the same age as Vorapong. So it's good to see in these classes the younger riders coming through.
Hiroki Ono is the man who is leading through the chicane, which stops that sweeping right-hand corner. Then they'll come up this hill, which seems to go on forever. And we've got an incident towards the back. There is a red flag. Right, there is a red flag incident. So it's off the camera. We saw Mio Nakamura was trailing there. It's not her, but the riders will come into the pits, and we've got a red flag very, very early on.
Just as we were saying that everybody was away quickly, we didn't see, as you said, Daz, that was off camera. So Hiroki Ono comes back in, and he's going to have to do it all again, along with the other riders.
Well, he had a solid start. Nakamura's there. I'm wondering if it's Chirant Vishwanath who didn't get off to the best of starts. In fact, Vishy is not showing up on the official scoring monitor, the young Indian.
Yeah, I've seen most of the bikes come back in now. The first two, Ono and Deki, they're in.
So it is Chirant Vishwanath who is the rider who is absent there. We weren't able to catch anything on the... We weren't there on the cameras, so we didn't actually see what happened there. And as soon as we get some news, obviously we hope that Chirant Vishwanath is going to be okay. As soon as we get some news of him, we will... There he is. There he is. So Chirant it is. So the bike is okay, but he came off into the grass. That's very, very early on in the lap, isn't it?
Yeah, early exit for the Indian rookie. There is Vorapong Malawan in the white helmet. Perhaps surprisingly, he doesn't have a helmet sponsor. There's Ramdan Rosley.
So this is a false start in many ways for the afternoon, and this tests the mental attitude of the racers. For those who had a good start, the likes of Hiroki Ono and Tiano Aldi, they'll think, heck, we've got to do that all again. But they've also looked back and say, yeah, we've got it right. For Muzakir, let's not lift the front tyre as we get off, as they're just waiting. We're just waiting to make sure Chirant Vishwanath is okay.
And we see that they'll go out on a sighting lap, so pit lane will open at 12:45, which is in 5 minutes' time.
Okay, there's going to be a delay of 5 minutes, and the race will be reduced from 10 to 6 laps. And we'll try to get you an absolute update. We've got Yelena, who's hovering around the pit lane, so we'll see if she's able to grab some interviews so that we can really find out what went on. But it was out of camera shot. We were following the leaders, and somewhere Chirant Vishwanath disappeared off the radar. which is easily done here because the elevations are really marked at Sugo.
Yeah, we had a disappearing rider in the Super Bowl competition, Weller, the championship leader, no less.
In the same sector as well, I think, in the early stages, going up the hill in Sector 1.
There's a lot of foam and air fencing around the track, and when the bikes go off, they quite often just disappear into those barriers.
So all the racers are back on, perched, ready to go once again.
Nice shot there of pit lane and the big screen that faces the grandstand. Quite a lot of people coming in. We've got Asian Food Festival. You can see the tents right at the back on the right-hand side. Some really enticing smells coming from over there.
It is a gorgeous racing circuit as well, very challenging. That corner just at the top of your screen. You were mentioning the food festival, Barry. There's some of the stalls. Can't reach in, sadly, but there's the forest surrounding it, and that's what gives the microclimate that you were talking about. And here, I really keep a close eye. In fact, now it's a rainy season in Japan, so I keep a very close eye on what the weather's going to do. And there is a thunderstorm warning for about an hour and a half time. Right, let's have a look at the start once again. It was a nice clean start. Vishwanath is right at the very back. So he gets away clean enough. We have a look there. So he's away through the first corner, okay. As Hiroki Ono benefits from Musaki's raised front wheel. So Vishy's doing okay there. He's still in the picture there. The safety car following. So it will be a bit of a mystery. Our cameras, I think, are looking down to where the lead is going to come in.
Yeah, at the front it did look all very much steady away. Miyu Nakahara bringing up the rear there.
Now Vishwanath has tailed off the back there. It's still green flags at this stage, though.
Yeah.
As they come up, and I suspect those soft pads were welcoming for the bike.
Yeah, that's it. So 2 minutes and the pit lane will open and we'll go on another sighting lap, and then I'm sure we'll go through a quick start procedure where the bikes just stop briefly and then go again.
TBS
on gas,
Asia One Make Championship, new race confirmation, 6 laps. What we were telling you was unconfirmed, but now Race Direction have told us what is going on. So the engineers immediately get down to grips. That's bike 13, Piawat Patumyos, starting at the near the back. Piawat struggled a little bit in practice, and he's had a good season otherwise, Piawat. He's had a P2 and a P3 and a P4 in the 4 races to date.
Yeah, we saw him crash heavily yesterday. He was involved in a crash with Taiyo Saito, and Saito has his arm in plaster today, and Piawat didn't show us anything in qualifying, and normally he's a very, very good qualifier.
Yeah, Saito, a non-starter. He's been a regular throughout the season, one of the Japanese racers, another who has a podium to his name, a P3 in race 1 of the season in Buriram. But as you say, it's difficult to ride a bike if you've got one arm in plaster, and we wish him a very speedy recovery.
Yeah, I mean, he is very young, so that
they
should
bounce. That's what you're going to say, isn't it? They bounce.
Well, he should heal up. The kid spotted the camera there as we close in there on Miyu Nakahara. That was a pretty slow away for her this time.
Okay, take 2. The riders making their way out for the second start for the restart.
There is Taiyo Saito there with the arm in plaster.
Yeah, just on the left of your screen.
He looked quite emotional when he spoke to Yulina this morning about missing the race, bless him.
Fugo Tanaka, another of the Japanese racers, is the last one out to the circuit. Let's go again. You can see the motivation, shall we call it, from the TVS pit lane. So they'll have a fast outlap.
Yeah, and a brief stop, and then I'm sure they'll get away to a regulation fast start. Just 1 minute the pit lane open for, but no problem. They are near the pit exit.
In the overall championship standings, Vorapang Malawan, bike number 7 is, bike number 1 is leading the way. 2 wins, both in Buriram, a P3 and a P5 in Sepang. He has 77 points. Muzakir Mohammed, the experienced Malaysian, with a P1 and a P2. A P4 and a P5 to his name so far this season.
Yeah, it was a good start to the season for Vorapong, but he really was tested in Sepang last time out.
And he's been tested here as well.
Oh, he certainly is, yeah, bigger test here. It seems to get harder as he goes. I wonder how long he'll remain as a racer in this series rather than just as the project leader and mentor.
With his enthusiasm, you can never see him going up. Just look at the undulating course of the nature of this circuit. It's a real test because these TVS bikes, although they're lighter than the ones you can get on the road, they are still heavier machines.
Yeah.
Difficult to throw around. Not as difficult as the superbikes, of course, but awkward to throw around.
Yeah, and they got the 310cc BMW single engine, which is very high compression. And have to shout to A-Racer, the supplier of the ECU, that's tamed that tendency for these bikes to lock up under braking that we saw in the early couple of races. But they're really quick. The lap times here are 1 to 2 seconds faster than what we're seeing in the AP250, and we have been watching that little game going on of cat and mouse between who's quickest between the AP250 class and the TVS Asia.
It is. It's a good battle within a battle within the Asia Road Racing Championship Series.
And it was always Warapong's intention to overhaul the lap times of the AP250s. There's fan club for Miyu Nakahara in the All Japan Series. She runs 250s under that number, 81.
She's number 17 here as a wild card entry. Right, the safety car is there. Oh,
there we
that's
go.
a long way up that hill. Oh dear.
That looks like really hard work.
Oh. Gosh, we
Wow.
have got 1 or 2 problems in getting this weekend off to a flying start. Oh, my word.
Oh, there's nobody around to help him. Poor lad. Wow.
That is up a serious hill.
Full leathers and crash helmet. It's pretty warm out there at the moment too.
Gosh.
So here we go.
Well, the challenge is will he get up to the top of the hill by the time they come round again, or are we going to get under the yellow flag? So this is the second kind of formation lap. We are down to 13 official riders, plus the poor fella pushing his bike up the hill. Wasn't quite able to pick out the number. They are all identical liveries.
Yeah, I don't know who that was, unless that was...
well, it's not Ono, it's not Vorapong.
Or was it the missing rider?
Ten Ramdan Rossi. Is it Girand pushing his way back to the pits? Don't think so. It is Vorapong. Gosh, we are seeing it is Vorapong Malawan.
Well, there's a turn up for the books.
Wow.
I thought I saw him in 4th place in that leading group.
We need
I'd
confirmation on
like
that.
to see that confirmed, because I'm sure I saw him in P4 when they crossed the line.
Okay, we are pretty sure.
Oh,
and there
but
it
that
is.
is that is
Malawan.
Vorapong.
Eventually,
Wow.
he gets his help. Well,
that really changes things, because he's the championship leader. Vorapong, after a double win in Thailand and a P5 and a P3 in Sepang.
that is a story.
He has an 8-point lead. He has an 8-point lead over Muzakir.
Wow.
And that is about to be damaged somewhat. So that's a turn up
He'll
for the
also be
books.
absolutely shattered, because that is one heck of a hill to walk
Yeah.
up, never mind push a bike up in racing leathers.
Well, that's right, especially for the project leader. I mean, the expression "Do you know who I am?" comes to mind.
Oof.
There he goes. He's a fit lad, but my goodness, that was a long haul up the hill.
Well, luckily there is a little bit of weight taken off those bikes, but he will Will he be able to start? No, because he hasn't done the formation lap.
No, he's not back in time, and if the bike was working, he'd have ridden it. So, looks like Voropong is a non-starter.
So there were 14, and now there's 12. Chirant Vishwanath went out on the first lap. Voropong Malawan went out on the restart.
Yep, leaves a gap on the outside of the front row, second row.
So Ono, Deki Tiano, and Muzake Mohammed, 1, 2, and 3 from right to left. Red lights go out, 6 laps of the circuit. This time we get away properly, and once again it is Deki Tiano, Aldi, and Muzake Mohammed who get off to a decent start, and Muzake and Deki will lead Hiroki Ono into the first corner. The safety car is just a little bit further behind this time in case there's any problems, but the race leader is Deki Tiano Aldi. That's a terrific start by the young Indonesian.
Yeah, good work from Deki and Muzakir to just edge Hiroki Ono out. He's already moved up into second, however, but that was a good start for the rest of the field. Now, what can the young Indonesian Deki Tiano Aldi do to keep the experienced local rider Hiroki Ono at bay?
Ono is the man who's made up some ground. At the very back is Mio Nakahara. This time, though, she is able to keep up with the rest of the pack as they go out into the countryside, down the hill, up into this little kink, and Hiroki Ono takes the lead.
Yeah,
as Voropong Malawan is that's his spare bike, so Voropong may well try to get out and do some practice laps, if nothing else.
Yeah,
if he's allowed onto the circuit.
Yeah, I'm not sure how the regulations would do for that. Honestly, I doubt it.
It is only 6 laps of the circuit.
Mio Nakahara getting out of shape under acceleration.
Into the chicane for the first time. It's almost a sprint. It's 6 laps of the track. Hiroki Ono took a very different line to Deki Tiano Aldi. And Muzake Mohammed has got a bit of a toe up the hill from Deki.
Yeah.
Muzake moves out, and Muzake will move into P2 possibly, but it's Hiroki Ono who leads through lap number 1. 6 laps mean it really is going to be a bit of a sprint, Barry Russell.
And yeah, absolutely. And there goes Arshad Rushdie in P4 or 5, but he's hanging on to this front group as well. Hiroki Ono is breaking away. That does seem inevitable. But Arshad, I think that is. No, that's Ramdan Rosley coming up on that group.
Yeah, Ramdan's in a really good form. And I can see Ramdan thinking, hey, this is an opportunity for me. I know Voropong is out. I'm as quick as everybody else out there. But bike number 11, Muzake Mohammed it is, who's leading that battle for P2. But Hiroki Ono has established a lead of over a second plus. And that is a fast Sector 1 for Hiroki Ono, who's worked this circuit out absolutely beautifully.
Yeah, nobody else in this field has found an answer to Hiroki Ono, and they really struggled last year. It was only an inspired performance by Voropong that pushed him back into second place in race 2. So a little gesticulating going on. I think they need to work together and just see if they can chase Hiroki Ono, but I think they got no chance.
Deki Tiano Aldi, the youngster, leading Ramdan Rosley, the more experienced Malaysian. Muzakir, an even more experienced Malaysian, in P4. But that's the battle for P2. But look at that. Ono again takes a nice tight line through that chicane. Deki Tiano follows him almost on rails. And Ramdan Rosley, as they accelerate up the hill, which Voropong Malawan can tell you exactly how high that hill is, because he had to push his bike up there. But this is battle for P2, and it is Deki Tiano Aldi who goes through in P2.
Yeah, I think this is where the cameras are going to be focused for most of the remaining 5 laps.
2.7 seconds the difference, Barry. That's monstrously quick from Ono.
It was looking like almost 2 seconds a lap yesterday in free practice. It was almost as though he'd found a shortcut. So and they've let Voropong out.
Yeah, they've let him out. I was just going to say he's done an outlap time. He won't. Well, he'll actually pick up some championship points because there's only 13 races out on the circuit, so he will pick up some points. But it certainly looks like Hiroki Ono, who was fastest and has got a lead that was 2.7 seconds, and that looks like it's now up to 3+.
Yeah, something flapping around behind his neck, but I don't think that's going to trouble him. Just a bit of a sewing job needed. But here is a good battle between Deki Tiano Aldi and Ramdan Rosley.
I'm a Ramdan Rosley fan. I've liked his work in all categories, but he's never seemed to get the results. So on the back of 2 podiums in Sepang, he's looking to build on this TVS one make season. P3 at the moment. Dekitiano Aldi will learn a lot by having a good racer like Ramdan Rosley ride on his tail.
Yeah, he will, and it's really good to see Ramdan and Muzakir coming in and bringing the experience that they've got.
Again, nice and tight through the chicane, so you go wide and then try and slingshot up the hill. But nobody's close enough to get a drag onto Dekitiano Aldi.
Yeah, there's a second back to the next best, Fugo Tanaka, who's riding there with Arshad Rusti.
It's nearly 4 seconds between Ono and this battle for P2. Of which Muzakir Mohammed, he's lapping a 1:39.3. Hiroki Ono a 1:37.9. That is huge. That's more than a second faster than anybody else. P2, still Ramdan Rosley from Malaysia, looking to challenge Dekitiano Aldi. And as you say, the battle behind them, that's 2, 3 and 4 going through.
We've seen lap record after lap record tumble here this year in all classes, including this one. They're running slicks this year, which they didn't last year. They've got a bit more power boosted from a new exhaust system they're running for this round.
Muzakir just being dropped a little bit. So what was 3 in the battle for P2 becomes just 2. And closing in on him is Fugo Tanaka, and Arshad Rusti is leading a small little group behind them, which includes Piawat. So Piawat will look to pick up some points here. He's got Arshad Rusti, who's got the red helmet in his sights.
Yeah, this is good from Piawat. He will be riding injured after a heavy crash he had yesterday, because we would see him much closer to the front if he was fully fit. But kudos to him for getting out and going for some points.
Dekitiano still leads that battle for P2 ahead of Ramdan Rosley. Again, Ramdan not able to get any kind of a toe up the hill. Hiroki Ono has gone through the start-finish line. The difference was 3.8 seconds. Now it's gone up to 4.4. And again, a 1:37, a sub 1:38 lap from Hiroki Ono. Nobody else can get anywhere near that kind of pace.
Yeah, that was a 0.8 second in one lap. That's sorry, 0.6, but that's about right. Looking at the gap. How he's doing it though, we don't know.
Again, we focus on this battle for P2 because Ono's in a race of his own for P1. He'll just make sure that he doesn't make any errors. The race conditions are excellent. The weather is good. There's very little humidity. The tyres are nice and warm. And he's got such a healthy lead now. He can afford just to ease off a little bit, but I don't think Ono's going to do that. The battle for P2 continues. This time Ramdan's got a little bit closer to Dekitiano Aldi, and he just goes on the inside, doesn't take him. Late on the brakes was Dekitiano, and holds on a nice tight line through horseback corner.
Yeah, 15 seconds between the top 10. In P10 is Miyu Nakahara. As we stay with these two, this is going to be an interesting battle. Dekitiano, we know he's a good racer, and less experienced than the rider that he's with, Ramdan.
But runner-up last year, so
yeah.
he knows how to handle this bike. And again, he's been able to pull away every lap. In the chicane, he's been able to get himself a little bit of space so that Ramdan doesn't have a toe up the hill. Right, it was 4.4 seconds. The delay now is 4.9. Half a second a lap is what Hiroko Ono is making up on Dekitiano and Ramdan Rosley. Muzakir Mohammed and Fugo Tanaka in 4 and 5 respectively. We'll stick on this battle for P2. Dekitiano Aldi 4th in the championship standings on 48 points. Ramdan Rosley has 45 points. Yeah. So they'll be looking to make something up on Muzakir and Vorapong Malawan. Vorapong is out on the circuit, but is down in P13 at the moment. He's got remarkably, he's got himself ahead of Miyu Nakahara, I think. No, he hasn't. He's P13. The non-starter, of course, was Chirant Vishwanath.
Yeah, and that's what the gap looks like as we pan out. And Dekitiano coming up here. I mean, he's beaten Vorapong on several occasions, so he's definitely one of the stars of this series, having come through 2022. and now reaching the halfway point in 2023 season.
On the final lap,
Look at
6-lap
that guy.
race. The winner undoubtedly will be Hiroki Ono, but Ramdan has been chasing as much as he can. This is his last opportunity. Ramdan Rosley, once again, Deki has done that chicane really well, has left enough space to be able to go up the top of the hill. This is the race winner coming through. Hiroki Ono will take the checkered flag in P1. So Ono gets the 25 points. In P2, it will be Deki Tiano Aldi ahead of Ramdan Rosley. That's an excellent performance by the youngster. Ramdan looks behind him. Muzake Mohammed comes through in P4.
So
And a strange old race to get us underway, Barry Russell.
it was a little strange, wasn't it? But Hiroki Ono was absolutely peerless, but Deki Tiano was impressive all the way through yesterday, and he did really well today, posting the second fastest lap time and keeping at bay a very, very good rider in the shape of Ramdan Rosley to take second place today.
The winning gap was 5.78 seconds, and he kind of did it slowing down a little bit, did Hiroki Ono. The
Yeah.
smile on the caption we've got is no doubt what is under his helmet at the moment.
Yep, and there go the plaudits. First race of the day, first Japanese winner. And that is Hiroki Ono, the wild card. We know him well from his long career now, but he's been in World Championships. I think he goes back as far as 125 GPs indeed. And now bringing a bit of extra pizzazz to the TVS Asia One Make Championship.
Hiroko Ono, comfortably the victor, ahead of Deki Tiano Aldi. Ramdan Rosley in P3. For Ramdan, that's his third podium in a row. Fugo Tanaka from Japan in P5 behind Muzake Mohammed. Pewat Patumyas will pick up some points for P6. Arshad Rusty 7. Jagan Kumar, the best of the Indian racers, in 8. Darren Pob, Mew Nakahara in P10. KY Ahmad, Kerwin Chang with Vorapong 1 lap down after having to push his bike up that long hill, and a non-starter having crashed out was Chiranta Vishwanath.
Yeah, Vorapong's going to be ready for a cold shower after that, I would imagine. Fugo Tanaka coming through the chicane there on the slowing down lap.
I'm wondering if he'll be willing to talk to us. He's happy to talk to us when he wins. I wonder if he's in the mood to talk to us when he's sweating and hot and bothered,
Yeah,
and
if
clearly
indeed
something went wrong.
If indeed he's got enough breath.
Okay, right, coming through is Hiroko Ono. 137.8. His best lap, a winning time of 5.78 seconds. It's his first appearance of the season. He was fastest throughout the weekend, fastest P1 in qualification. Ramdan Rosley in P3. Muzakir in P4 will pick up a nice 13 points. Fugo Tanaka will pick up 11 for P5. And in the Park Ferme, happy scenes after a strangely disjointed race, but there was no doubting that the man of the moment is Hiroki Ono, and if this was the full 10 laps, he may well have had a 10-second differential. Best of the race highlights from the truncated TVS One Make race 1 of the weekend, race 5 of the season. And this was designated to be a 10-lap race, but an incident early in the first lap saw India's young racer Chirant Vishwanath go off the circuit, and so a red flag was called. His bike was okay. There was a bit of a wait. Vorapong had to push his bike up the hill, so he had a real problem. When we did get underway, Hiroki Ono didn't get off to the best of starts, but once the man in the yellow helmet was able to push himself from P4 through to P1, there was never any real doubt that he would go and take this victory. That meant that we could focus on the battle for P2, while Vorapang was allowed to do some practice laps, get himself back out onto the circuit. He is the mentor in this TVS One Make Championship anyway. Battle for P2 was between the youngster Deki Tiano and the more experienced Ramdan Rosley, with Muzakkir Mohammed trying to hold on to the back wheel. But you just look, that differential got further and further and further between Hiroki Ono and Deki did really well to hold off Ramdan Rosley. Ono takes the victory, his first win in his first race of the season. Deki Tiano comes through in P2 for his best result of the season, and Ramdan Rosley made it 3 podiums in a row for him. But the number 16 is the man to look out for. He has been imperious all weekend and is in great nick going into tomorrow's second race. Okay, podium is about to get underway. And indeed, Barry Russell, who was alongside me in the commentary box, is making the announcements. And the announcements will be all for Hiroki Ono.
And in third place, Ramdan Rosley from Malaysia.
Ramdan Rosley makes his appearance.
And in second place from Indonesia, Deki
Tiano Aldi. Very happy with that P2.
And our winner from Japan, Hiroki Ono.
And Hiroki Ono, yeah, that is a look of satisfaction. A job really well done from Hiroki. Wave to the camera, he knows exactly where the cameras are. That's good to have. And after the national anthems, we will have the prize presentations.
And please stand for the national anthem of Japan. And to present the prizes to the top 3 finishers, Mr. Selvaraj Balasubramanian, the General Manager of TVS Racing.
Prizes to be handed out by the General Manager of TVS Racing, Selvaraj Balasubramanian. It's been a good introduction to the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, this competition. And for Ramdan, although we're used to seeing him riding the bigger bikes, he's having a reasonably successful season. Deki Tiano Aldi is growing by the race. And a new man on the leaderboard for this season anyway, Hiroki Ono. He is our 4th winner of this campaign. All riding the TVS Apaches.
No team award, beg your pardon.
Confirmation. Ono in the middle. And the team award goes to TVS. One would hope so.
For our winners, congratulations everyone. Thank you for joining us.
Muzakkir Mohammed, who is out of this top three, has probably done just enough to take the overall championship lead because Vorapong had such a tough old time. And here is the championship. Yeah, Muzakkir Mohammed is the championship leader with 82 points. Vorapong 2 points down on 80. Dekitiano moves up onto 68 points in P3. Pirwat 63 in P4. Ramdan Rosley in 61. So this is going to be a competitive season. Tanaka in P6. Saito with the broken arm stays on 40 points. KY Ahmad moves within 2 points of Tayo Saito in P8. The best of the Indian racers has 38 points. Okay, we're just going to go for a quick break.
It was back to scorching Sportsland Sugo circuit. This is the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, and we have Hiroki Ono right here. This morning's flagpole sitter who just made it past the finish line. You look really comfortable on your race today. How do you feel about that?
So race was nice. So just 6 lap I keep a concentration. Also I keep a managers so for behind. Just for me easy because only 6 lap. Physicality also mentality very easy. But looking forward to tomorrow the race.
All right. Thank you for today and good luck for tomorrow. Right, that's what we have today for the TVS race, guys. The Underbone 150 goes on after this. We'll be back right after the break. Don't change the channel.
The sun is out, the weather is fabulous, the racing promises to be thrilling and exciting. We are live from the Sugo International Racing Circuit, and Barry Russell alongside Des Corkill, talking you through day 1 of 2 of round 3 of the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We are about to come into the Underbone 150cc championships, and let's just have a little look at what happened at Superpole this morning. We'll get to Superpole in just a moment. We're out on the circuit just at the moment.
Indeed, that's the safety officer, Kwan Meng Heng.
This is the Super Pole. Gubita Krishna Wardina. He is 7th in the overall championship standings. He had a podium in Sepang, and he led things out. They got himself a decent lap, but it would be late on in the session, Barry, that we would get the best times, and we were getting record-breaking times once again.
Yeah, we did indeed. It's always they go out in groups of 5, and it was the last group of 5, the fastest from qualifying yesterday, who really set the pace. That was Pirapong Lupingpeng, an early leader.
Yeah, he was an early leader. It's his first race of the season. Then the last group of 5 came out, and this is where the racing really got through. So Super Pole, it's the top 15 racers from qualification who get a chance to do in a flying lap. Pirapong was in P1, and then suddenly he wasn't. Murabil Vitoni, again, getting himself at a really good position. The Indonesian is showing some good speed, some good time. Wahyu Aji Trilaksana was in P1 very temporarily as well, the defending champion, but Murabil it was who was able to take the overall championship, the overall qualification best time.
Yeah, and as we've seen, lap records tumbling throughout Friday practice. Murabil was at the top.
So that took place a little bit earlier this morning. I'm looking at the top of that, and I'm looking at the clouds, and 1 or 2 clouds are just gathering. It's sunshine at the moment, and it's a precious little wind, but it is a microclimate of its own right. But the 150, Underbone 150 riders are out on this circuit, and it's a challenge because you've got a 70-meter rise from lowest point to highest point on this circuit. Highest point on corner number 6, lowest point on corner number 14.
Yeah, you can see that really tight, challenging technical first sector from corner number 1 through to corner number 7. Then it opens up and flows a bit more until we come round to the chicane, turns 12 and 13, and off to complete the lap.
I think we can go down to the grid where Yulina is amongst that scrum of people, and she will have judiciously picked out the best 3 people to talk to. Yulina, who have you got for us?
Welcome everybody to the grid walk of the Underbone 150 of the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. I'm standing here right now with P14 Wawan who's had quite a tumble earlier today. Let's ask him what happened. Hello, bisa kamu kongsi apa yang kamu lalui tadi ya?
Ya, saya tadi waktu Superpole saya mengalami high side dan saya hilang tekanan angin belakang saya dan saya jatuh dan saya berada di posisi ke-14.
Jadi minta maaf ya, harap kamu bisa kasih yang terbaik selepas ini. Okay, thank you so much. We'll head on over to P5 Wahyu Aji right now.
Well, as Yulina makes her way down to P5, Wawan is the championship leader. As she makes her way down to Wahyu Aji Trilaksana, the defending champion.
Yeah, that was a heavy crash that buried Wawan bike in the foam protective barriers.
Yulina's still making her way down amongst the scrum. It is a real scrum down there. We're getting her to move from P14, where Wawan will be starting, down to P5, where Pirapong Lupingpeng is situated. And we saw Pirapong have a set a very fast lap in what was his first race of the season.
Yeah, and he's always a contender, a likely lad, Pirapong. He's a very, very good underbone racer, diminutively built, and that gives him an advantage, and also really fast. We had a good shot just now of Dimas Juliat Moko on the grid. He could also come through. And we're going to go back to Yulina, who's with Wahyu Aji Trilaksana. Sorry, Pirapong.
We've taken a stroll over to Pirapong's grid at this moment, sitting at P5. So Pirapong, welcome back. We're so happy to have you back. We missed you in round 1 and 2. Are you satisfied with a second row start for your comeback race?
Me for happy come back in ARC this year. Yeah. Happy my team, my sponsor, and my Yamaha, my family. Okay, okay, fighting. Thank you.
All right, good luck and thank you so much, Pirapong. Let's head on over to Wahyu Aji right now.
This time we'll go to Waiwaji. He's in P3, and I'm expecting Waiwaji to be very quick, you know. I'm expecting him to really improve his championship hopes, because he had 2 DNFs in Sepang. He can only go better today.
Right, I'm standing at P3 right this very moment, our 3rd grade for the day with YURG. How has your season been so far as a rider and team owner? And are you planning to do any testing for your Mandalika round?
Yeah, maybe after round 3, I will testing in Mandalika.
Right, but can you tell us a little bit more? Are you satisfied right now with where you're sitting?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Okay, thank you very much, Wayu. Good luck for your race. Okay, no problem. Right, and there we have it, guys. The grid walk for the UB 150. Back to Des in the studio.
Thank you very much, Julina. I hate it when riders give you a non-answer like that. Are you happy? Yes. Full stop. Oh, welcome to the grid interviews, Julina.
Yeah, and Waiwaji is particularly good at that, actually. Yeah.
But I am expecting Waiwaji to show some form. He can't be happy. He's had a P8 and a P10 and 2 DNFs. He's a double champion, but now he's just showing like he's getting a little bit of form back. He's on his Yamaha with the Cardinals racing team, and let's hope that he, well, for his sake, let's hope that he can get back to something like his best form. Murabil Vitoni, though, is the man who is on pole position. And after a P2 and a P4 in Sepang, he's another young fella who's in good form, and he's been very quick around the circuit in Sugo all weekend so far, Barry.
Yeah, I think Murabil, this is his season to really show us what he can do as a racer. We always known he's fast. Now he's beginning to put the results together.
Nazrul Izzat is a winner last time out in Sepang. If anyone's got form, it's him, because he was strutting around very, very confidently earlier on today, looking very confident, and he was relatively happy with his lap time, a P2 in qualification, and he looks the business.
Yeah, he does, and so does this rider. Not quite on a par time-wise, but we know Hafisa Rofa is capable of winning. He's already won this season. He's a really fast, clever rider. Lots more to come from the 1XOX TKKR.
We said a quick hello to Pirabonglu Boimpeng before, and this is Shafiq Rasul as well. He's P3 in the championship. He's another who's had a victory. He won the first race of the season in Buram. He's also had another podium, P2 at Sepang. Last time out, there's some good riders coming out of Malaysia, Barry.
There certainly are, and 1XOX TKKR have got 3 of them. There is Gobita Krishna riding for the Filipino team for S1M Evo Yamaha.
Can we believe it was 2014 and 2015 that he was a champion? It's a long drought that Gupita Krishna has had. Alongside Gupita will be Ahmad Fazli Sham, bike number 46. Invariably, Ahmad Fazli Sham will lead this race at some stage and not be in the podium at the end.
Well, I don't hear anybody betting against you at this point, Des. There is Izzat Zaidi right next to him. We know what he's capable of. Switched teams from JRT Pitts bike last season to Cardinals this year.
Another of the young Malaysians. He's got a P2 for himself in Buram, a P4 at Sepang. There are 24 starters. It's quite a hectic old grid, and I imagine the battle to get into a good position on corner number 1 will be good. And the chicane coming into the latter stage. It'll be a 10-lap race. As we look a little bit further down, bike 202 is Dimas Juli Apmoko, who I know you like. I know you think Dimas Juli has got a lot more to offer, Barry Russell.
Yes, I do. I think he's following a similar path to Murabil Vitoni in coming through. Murabil Vitoni is a couple of steps ahead of him in terms of his development as a race rider. But Dimas Juli, he's quick.
But you look, but you look at those results and you think, yeah, you've got to finish races. That's number 1.
Exactly.
Next to Dimas Juli, you've got Ahmad Fazrul Sham, brother of our favourite Ahmad Fazli Sham, and right behind him, another of the Malaysians, a little bit more experienced. And then the first of the Filipinos, John Everson Ingito, alongside him, as the mayor, Unuma Katsumi, the mayor of Murata Town, prepares to flag us off. They give us a great welcome at Sugo, and the mayor has been very, very supportive of the Asia Road Racing Championship coming here. We were here last year, we're here again today. And looks like he's brought the good weather with him as well.
Yeah, he's doing a good job to publicise Murata, that's for sure. Because the weather is surpassing expectations, it's fair to say, Des.
It is, but there is a thunderstorm warming. I keep telling you, thunderstorm expected 2 to 2:30.
Let's be positive, huh?
So the flag off. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Unuma Katsumi, Mayor of Murata Town, which is the host town for this Sugo International Racing Circuit.
There is April King Moscado, who unfortunately is sitting out this, having not been past fit to race after a crash yesterday. It's a real shame not to see him get amongst it, because he's another rider with good form.
Here's the starting grid. Murabul Vatoni, look out for him, the Indonesian on the Yamaha, alongside Nazrul Izzat Bahudin from Malaysia for Uma Racing, and Wayu Aji Trilaksana, the two-time champion.
Yeah, Nafisa Rofa qualified 4th this morning ahead of Pirapong Nui Pumpeng, the returning Pirapong. Next to him, Shafiq Rasol.
Another two-time champion is on row 3, Gupita Krejnawardena from the 4S1M Evo Yamaha racing team, alongside Ahmad Fazli Sham. He will lead for on XOXTKR, and Izzat Zaidi for Cardinals Racing in P9.
Moving to row 4, Dimas Juliat Moko is in P10. 11th is Ahmad Fazli Sham, carrying the number 11 number. And 12th starting is John Emerson Ingita, the number 22.
Unlucky 13 goes to Fahmi Bassam for LFM Putra 969 Indonesia Racing, alongside Wawan Wello, the championship leader, but he crashed out this morning in Superpole. That's why he's in 14. Hazik Hamdan had engine problems as well for Estremo Uzi Honda in P15.
And surprisingly down in 17th, Hazik Farouz. Next to him, Nguyen Antoine. And outside of him, again, perhaps a little surprisingly, Cheryl Shazras.
The good thing with Underbone is if you start low down, it doesn't necessarily stop you racing. SCK Honda, Izam Ikmal in P19, Pachadagon in P20 for SCK Honda Racing, and Pascon, the second of the ties for Team One for All in P21.
P22 is Arash Tsunami Kamarudin. Outside him in P23, Nguyen Hutri, and outside of him, another surprising result further down the grid, Giancarlo Maurizio for Uma Racing Yamaha Philippines.
You're quite right, there are one or two surprises there. Izam is better than P19. Hazik Farouz definitely better than P16. I suppose not many of these guys will have had a chance to race out here in Sugo. I know Hazik was out here last season, so he'll be used to the circuit, but it can take a little bit of getting used to, and the travel and the weather and the climate, and everything's just a little bit different.
Yeah, let's see what happens in the race, because as you rightly said, Des, the starting positions rarely bear too much relation to the finishing positions. But I will be interested to see how Murabul Vatoni converts his pole position today.
Murabul Vatoni is the man in P1. He's in P5 in the championship standing. He's got one P2 to his name at Sepang. In fact, he had a second and a fourth in Sepang, so his form is good in this Asia Road Racing Championship. I know he had a little ride in one Prix as well, in the gap between these two events. So he's been quite competitive, but he's been really, really fast. Murabul Vatoni, bottom left of your screen. 10 laps of the circuit. When the red flag goes off, the green flag will be waved, and then the red light top left of your screen goes on. And when that goes out, we will be underway.
I like the ladder at the start there. Here we go.
It's a solid start from Murabul Vatoni. He's taken Wayu Aji Trilaksana with him, but Murabul Vatoni has got off to a really good start. Giancarlo Maurizio has got off to a really slow start, and the support there from Nazrul Izzat Bahudin there as well. But everybody this time away nice and clear. We said that in the first race of the day, and going up this hill there was an incident, so we'll just be a little bit more cautious before we say everyone's away clearly.
Yeah, but here they go through that first technical sector. There was one rider, I'm not sure whether it was from the first or second row, who went backwards at the start.
As they come round this high point corner and then into the Raybone corner, it's the double right hand. And it is Wayu Ajitrilaksana who's setting at a decent time. Murabel Vitoni is there as well. Somebody is forced very, very wide. Yes, that's how congested it can get there, but there was plenty of runoff.
Yeah, that's one of the cardinals. And the bike I was talking about that made a slow start was Nazarul Izzat from the middle of the front row. He's further back now and making his way up, currently in about P10. Leading is Hafiza Rofa.
Hafiza Rofa is used to leading. He's a fine exponent in Capri in Malaysia. And he's under just a little bit of pressure there from 157, Murabel Vitoni behind him. Murabel set a faster sector one time. But Murabel in P2. As they come up, they all squeeze in through that chicane, make their way up this long, long hill. There's no real oomph on these underbones, so they're really pushing for power as somebody takes the grass verge.
I think that might have been Wawan.
Yeah, Wawan Wallo is there, but the lead as they come through, it's TKK 1XOX who have the lead. Hafiza Rofa from Shafiq Rasul, Murabel Vitoni, Ahmad Fazli Sham, and Wayu Ajitrilaksana 1 through 5 with Gupita Krishna also there as well. Right, we're up and running after the first lap. 9 more laps to go. Expect plenty of jockeying for position.
Yep, that first lap was Team 1XOX, all 3 riders, versus Murabel Vitoni. 1XOX are 1, 2, 3 at the moment.
The vivid green is there with the green backdrop and the green grass of Sugo.
It looks beautiful, but it does mean that we get a lot of rain here.
It does mean, and I am telling you, I keep such a close eye on the weather. There is Murabel Vitoni. He's punctured that layer of green. But Hafiza Rofa, he takes the wide route. Ahmad Fazli Sham, he's in there as well.
Murabel elbows his way to the front once again.
Got this right-hander, double right-hander. High point corner into rainbow corner. And then you hit the lefter.
Just wonder what is on Murabel's mind at the moment as he makes a little adjustment. Now halfway around that corner with his knee on the deck.
As they come into the chicane, so easy to get the chicane wrong, and particularly when it's so crowded there. You saw a little bit of contact in the group behind. Again, I think it's Wawan Wello who's desperately trying to get up into the leading group there, Wawan Wello, but he's throwing caution to the wind a little bit. But it'll be Murabel Vitoni as they sweep up the hill. But look at that, he's just engulfed by racers, and it'll be Najul Izzat who came from P7 into P1. In fact, Gupita Krishna came with Najul Izzat. And Gupita Krishna there, that tells you that is a long run in Barry Russell. We've got to keep an eye on that for the end of the race.
Yeah, and despite his size, it always amazes me how good Nazarul is at slipstreaming and getting his timing right. We saw it in Sepang last time out.
But even better was Gupita Krishna, who came from way down. It was about P10 at the start of the hill, and he got himself into P1 at the end of the hill. 22, John Enelson Gito is just getting bumped and bruised a little bit as they come round this right-hand corner. Lap 3, 8 laps to go. Underbone 150cc. It's the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship round, race number 5 of the season, 12 in total. Gupita Krishna, the Indonesian, still leading the way.
And this pack of 10 at the front, separated by just 0.9 of a second.
Love Underbone.
Which is normal. Normal for Underbone, but we absolutely do love it.
That race up the hill after the chicane is going to be mental.
Yeah, you would think it will favour some of the lighter riders, like Haziq, like Pirapong.
No,
there comes Wawan Wello.
Yeah, there he is. He's done really well. He's bashed his way through to the front area. He went off the track at one stage. It was at the chicane that he had a bit of contact as well, but he's got himself up into P3, Wawan Wello. Never did quite get to the bottom of what happened with him. Again, look as they come up over the brow of the hill. The race leader is just swooped by. And it will be bike 38, Wawan Wello, who was leading until
Nazarul did it again.
Second time.
I mean, he's one of the bigger riders in this class, physically.
Well, he must really hunker down. He must be double jointed to get that low on the bike. And he's got the lead, the distinctive purple uniform.
Wawanwelo, championship leader in second, and Murabul Vitoni, who's the fastest rider we've seen at Sugo so far this weekend. Running well in third, Havisa Rofer in fourth.
Yeah, we're seeing Gupita Kreshner there, and the one XOXT KGR Racing greens are being dropped just a little bit, but they're not out of touch. As you say, the differential between 1 to 9 is less than a second. The differential between 1 to 17 is less than 2.5 seconds. I do exaggerate, it's 2.66.
Situation normal. The hurry-up signal comes from Gupita Kreshner, but nevertheless, nobody's going to pass him. So he tips into that right-hander first.
Gupita has been leading for a while. 24 is Hafiza Rofa. Hafiza second in the championship, 1 race win to his name. How you manipulate a victory from such a scrum, that's the real skill of Underboom. Yeah, you've got to be able to scrap and get yourself into the right position, but how many incidents could happen if you get the line into this chicane wrong? And they all seem to get it right.
Yeah, the last lap may be a different story.
Yes, I think you're right.
And that's
Hazik Fairuz.
Hazik Fairuz has made his way up there, so that's more like the form we expect from the young Malaysian.
Yeah, from P16 he's got himself up into Hazik P4. Najul Izzat again is the man leading, coming through the top of the hill. Wanwello is there. Is that Hafiza Rofa, 24? It is indeed.
Rofa, yeah, jump back to the front.
I'm a fan of Hafiza. He can mix it. So can Wanwello. That's Indonesia versus Malaysia, and Murabil is in there as well. Slight deviation from Hafiza Rofa in the green in P2.
Yeah, Hafiza Rofa very much a complete racer. I agree with you there, Des.
It is a procession, but it's an ever-changing procession of racers behind them. That's the joy of Underboom.
Just close up there of Shafiq Rasol, who's tucked in behind his teammate, his 1XOX teammate, Fazli Sham.
Hazik Fairuz, just to let you know, posted a 146.9, the best lap of the race so far. That's how he's got so high up. And I wouldn't count out the guys, the likes of Charles Shazras down in 20th. There's still more than half the race to go. There's still plenty of opportunity to get into that leading group. Najul Izzat leads the way though, sorry Barry.
Yeah, just see a pensive pit spike. Team member there looking on, and
1XOX paddock and Wanwello's paddock there. There's not a lot they can do. All they can do, they've done everything. They've tinkered with the machines. They've given all the instructions. Now they go, there you go, guys. Start, finish line, let's get going. So Wanwello has the... No, he doesn't. He had the lead and then he didn't.
Just watching again the timing of Nazrul Izzat slipstreaming up that hill.
And Hazik Fairuz as well. Hazik for Uma Racing. The purple of Hazik Fairuz is 17. And look at that, he's managed just to accelerate. I wouldn't try to accelerate away just yet, Hazik. Although maybe he's just keeping out of danger. He's taken his fellow Malaysian Hafiza Rofa with him. Hafiza in the green livery of 1XOX TKR and 87. Najul Izzat Bowden slips by him into P2, and Wanwello is there, and Gupita Kreshner is there. Those top 5 have been there or thereabouts for most of this race, Barry Russell.
Yeah, they have. And just looking at Hafiza and Nazarul, and recalling a little finger pointing that went on between those two teams after the big crash we had at Sepang in the braking area for the final turn. There is a bit of rivalry. I suspect it's more between the teams than between the riders.
There's Wayu Aju Trilaksana, defending champion. I tell you who else is going quick, Giancarlo Maurizio. He's got himself the fastest lap, but let's just stick with Wayu Aju Trilaksana for now. Wayu Aju was in P3, has stayed out of trouble. We're just coming now, just with 5 laps to go, so we're halfway through this race. So now he's stayed out of trouble, now he's kept his powder dry. maybe now we'll just see Wayu Chilaksana just try to make his way up the field. At the moment, he is in P... Where is Wayu? P11? No, P14 Wayu. But the new race leader is Pirapong Logoinpeng, although Hazik is there, Nazrul, Wawanwelo, Hafiza, Pirapong P7.
Yeah, Hazik and Nazrul had a drag race up the hill there, and that was won by the physically smaller Hazik Farouz on that occasion. Wawanwelo third, and Hafiza also ideal physique for this light motorcycle racing class.
Normally, with the underbone, we talk about the last corner being such a crucial part of it. Here, it's what drag you get up the hill and how you can time your late little acceleration just to get to the finish line, because it's a long way up that hill. It's a big rise. You daren't be up the front. You do not want to be leading going up the start of the hill. Wawanwelo looks back and says, boys, come take the lead. Come and help me. And that's the help that's coming in from Giancarlo Maurizio. Wawanwelo is there, but Giancarlo Maurizio, who started down in P24, last of the lot, he's got himself up into P2.
So we said we were surprised to see him down there.
There's some good races out there, Barry.
Yeah.
Good races.
This is really good stuff. Wawanwelo, who thumped himself hard into the air fence this morning. Now you can see here, Des, I think this bodes in an interesting way for the final time around. There are many different lines into this chicane.
But there's only one really good line out. Wawanwelo has it. There is the Uma Racing. He looks scared.
Yeah, he had not after the repair build from Sepang, that's right.
He shouldn't be scared though, because he's got 1, 2, 3. Uma Racing 1, 2, 3 out on the circuit. Nazrul is at Hazik. Wawanwelo just picking up into P3.
Yeah, and another good drag up the hill from Nazrul.
Oh, I'm enjoying this race. Sugo offers a different challenge to the flatter circuit at Sepang and Buriram, where we've been so far. We've got the challenge of Mandalika and Zhuhai and Buriram to finish the season, but this is a unique challenge around the hills and the tight corners, and particularly that chicane here at Sugo. And it's Uma Racing who have the lead, 1 and 2. 17 is Hazik Farouz, started in P16. Murabil Vitoni, though, has been quick all weekend. They come down this hill, and Hazik is taken there by Giancarlo Maurizio, 27. Or is that 87? That's 87, sorry. Nazrul is at.
Yeah, less than 3 seconds covering the first 16 riders here. From next time we look at them come up the hill, we'll get a good view of that.
Nazrul is at.
So
purple of Uma Racing.
Clean racing here, but quite a lot of squeezing for track position here.
It's clean for now, Barry. It's clean for now. I reckon the gloves are going to come off and the fists are going to be flying. There's the first little bit of contact, and you saw it there. 27 going through. It was Giancarlo Maurizio. He got it slightly wrong going into the chicane.
Yeah, he's got another 2 times around.
Wawanwelo, this is the dangerous part if you're leading. We didn't quite see Wawanwelo right then. 1XOX make their first move. Is it Hafisa Rofa? It is indeed. Hafisa is in there. Wayu Chilaksana just posted the fastest lap of the race. He's up into P7. Look out for him. He's got the experience and he's stayed out of trouble all the way through this race.
Yeah. This group is just a little bit clear now. So I can't count how many riders are in
10.
there. There's probably 10.
Yeah, top 10 within a second.
John Emerson, number 22, at the back.
Hazik Farouz is leading, or was leading. Wawanwelo is battling with those Uma Racing purple liveries. And Murabil has got himself in that little group as well. Giancarlo Maurizio's in there as well. Wawanwelo, the black helmet, he's swamped. Nazrul is at. And he lets Wayu Chilaksana into the lead for the very first time.
So some interesting racecraft going on here.
I'm always amazed how calculating some of these races are, because it's so difficult once you're in the midst of that scrum. And yeah, he's just working the right way, look at that, he's got the perfect line coming into the chicane. Waiwaji Chilaksana, nobody can get past him there. But as I said, you don't want to be leading coming into the final lap up this hill, Barry.
That's it, and he was kind of tricked into leading there by Haziq Farouz, 2 times champion. You can still be tricked by one of the other wily races here.
Because there he is, yeah, he's just engulfed by 1, 2, 3, well, 2 races. Final lap. I don't think the riders need to be told that. Wawanwelo is the new race leader. So we've had everybody just testing their nerves. Uma Racing have been out there, but Wawanwelo, bike number 38, who's been in great nick apart from this morning where he crashed out of the Super Bowl. That meant he starts in P14.
And he's got Murabel right behind him.
Who's also been quick.
Yeah, he's also been quick and stayed with this group. Let's see how he can convert this race. He moves into the lead halfway around the final lap.
Murabel Vitoni, he has the lead, and he and Wawanwelo have managed to pull just a little bit. Behind them, Fazal Sham's got a new lap record, but that's kind of irrelevant at the moment because Wawanwelo is, he was in the lead, and then the Uma Racing swoop around him. Waiwaji Chilaksana reappears at the front, but is he in the front at the wrong time? Waiwaji has the lead. 87 Najul Izzat just behind him. They take this left-hander. We're coming to the business end of this. Waiwaji still has the lead into the chicane. Barry, make your call.
Nazrul.
Okay, you heard it here first, folks. Coming up the hill, there's a little bit of a gap for the first 2. The front 2 have got themselves away, and maybe he's just going to be able to hold on. Yeah, there is no slipstream. Oh, it's going to be really, really, really tight up at the top of the hill, and it's going to be really close, and coming through at the end is Nazrul Izzat ahead of Waiwaji Chilaksana, Gupita Kreshla, Murabel and Wawanwelo, Giancarlo Mauricio, Hafiza Rofa, John Emerson and Gito, Haziq Farouz and Pirapong. But you called it, Barry Russell. You called it dead right. Nazrul Izzat Bowden takes the victory by sweeping up as he'd rehearsed. Not once, not twice, not 3, but 4 times in the previous 10 laps.
Phenomenal stuff. We saw him rehearsing that many times around, probably 7 laps out of 10. He was rehearsing that final drag up to the line. Brilliant stuff.
Perfect finale for Nazrul Izzat Bowden. Waiwaji Chilaksana, he was brave enough. As the Uma Racing camp are very, very happy. Wawanwelo has to be happy with P5. But what a fabulous, fabulous victory that is. Back-to-back wins for Nazrul Izzat. Waiwaji Chilaksana. Gotta say, I thought Waiwaji was really nice and brave going for that, but 87 is really, really deserving all the plaudits. Great race, really, really good race, and so different from Underbone, where often it's a punch fest going into the final corner. This one was a tactically astute performance from Nazrul Izzat Bowden. Timed his race up the hill, got the drag just from Waiwaji Chilaksana, and was able to take his 2nd victory of the season. Murabel gets his 2nd P4 in succession. Waiwaji in 2nd place for his first podium of the season. At least it's an improvement in form. Gupita Kreshna, who had the lead at one stage, he finished in P3 for his 2nd podium of the season. But there is the man who will have a smile as wide as you can imagine, because he tested and tested and tested his bike. He tested the acceleration and he tested it to absolute perfection. And real credit to my co-commentator Barry Russell, who's just disappeared to go and do some podium duties. But Barry called Najrul Izzat at the bottom of the hill. And that's what all the celebrations are about. Najrul Izzat Bahoudin on the Yamaha for Uma Racing Yamaha Maju Asia. And this is the finish, and just look how he accelerates. It's in the last, 150, 200 meters that he's just able to go past despairing Wayu Ajitrilaksana, and that is how close P3 was. Gupita, 1,000th of a second clear of Murabil, who was 100th of a second clear of Wawonwelo, who was 500th clear of Giancarlo Maurizio. Highlights of a breathless underbone 150cc race at Sugo, race 1 of 2 of the weekend, race 5 of 12 for the season. And the man on pole position was Murabil Vutoni, and he got off to a really good start. He took Wayu Ajitrilaksana with him. Bike number 157 have been fast all the time, all weekend. And in the blue livery, he got off to a very, very good start. Right at the tail, we had Giancarlo Maurizio, who had forced his way up into the leading group. But it was one XOXTKR Racing, the green liveries, who made the moves early on. And then number 23, Gupita Krishna, who would also make a move. But all the while, bike number 60, the defending champion, was just holding on in P11, P12, just letting the Uma Racing and Wawonwelo slug it out up at the very front. Once we got to the final 3 laps, that's when it got really, really interesting. Wawonwelo, who's been the championship leader, he's in P2 at the moment. He's surrounded by the purple of Uma Racing Philippines and Uma Racing Malaysia. But keep an eye out for bike number 87, Najrul Izzat. 3 or 4 times earlier on in the race, he had just practiced this final race to the line up the top of the hill, and he timed it to perfection. You can see the exasperation on the runner-up Wayu Ajitrilaksana and the sheer delight in the pit lane. Right, there is the weather. I can guarantee you we have a microclimate in this part of the world, and a thunderstorm is predicted for around about half an hour's time, and it doesn't look like it's going to be wrong, that prediction. Ooh, it's getting dark, and that makes it very, very difficult for the racers in the 250cc, which is following in a moment. But first, let's get through the 150cc. We've got the official result to come. I can tell you it's Najrul Izzat from Wayu Ajitrilaksana and Gupita Krishna in P3. We'll have some interviews, but let's go first down to the podium where my co-commentator Barry Russell is about to call the winners. Barry's got to make a run from my commentary position. It's about 250 yards, and he's not the youngest, but he's getting there. And he'll make that call in just a moment, but it's as breathless as the race it was itself. Fabulous tactics from Najrul Izzat. He tried and tried and tried and made sure that he was in the right place at the right time. There is the Mayor of Murata Town, Mr. Onuma Katsumi, alongside Stefan Maki Karapie, the FIM Asia President, who'll be handing out the prizes. And one heck of a race it was. There's the VIPs. And there's the dulcet tones of Barry Russell. There's a smile from Waiwaji, but you saw the frustration on the replay as he went over the line. Just caught by a very confident-looking Najul Izzat Bahudin. And the young Malaysian on the Yamaha. That was no accident the way he won that race. He practiced it and perfected it, and a nervous-looking team manager will take the team award. But for the first time this afternoon, we'll get the national anthem of Malaysia, Negaraku. Well-deserved applause. It may be from his teammates, but the applause is well-deserved nonetheless. Prizes handed out, as I mentioned, by Stefan Maki Karapie on the right, and Onuma Katsumi, the mayor of Murata Town, who flagged us off. Peter Kreshna Wardina, his first podium of the season, moves on to 34 championship points. Waiwaji Trilaksana from the Race Tech team. And the victory, and by my reckoning, the new championship leader is Najul Izzat Bahudin from Uma Racing Yamaha, Maju Asia Racing. Fabulous victory. The delay between P1 and P2, 0.095. 900ths of a second. Gupita Kreshna was 1,000th of a second clear of Murabul Vitoni in P3. The FIM Asia president, all smiles, and quite rightly so, because it was terrific racing. It always is. I tell you, this is a fabulous, fabulous competition, year after year, and the underbone in particular. Hundredths of seconds separating P1 and P2 after 10 grueling laps. So Najul Izzat lifts the helmet aloft, and by my reckoning he is top of the overall championship standings. He has 71 points, Wamanwelo 68, Afizarofa 59 alongside Murabul Vitoni. They're the unofficial championship standings. You can go onto the ARRC website to confirm that. And we're just going to get a reaction from Nazrul, hopefully with Yelena, just to take us into break. But he'll be a beaming, very happy chap. He looked confident this morning. I just had a very quick word with him in the pits, and he looked confident. And he's taken to this track and used the hill to absolute perfection. Let's find out what he's got to say. He's talking to our pit host, Yelena.
a very drastic change in the weather today for the UB 150 boys. However, the results remain the same as posted. Nazirul Izzat takes the finish line today. Nazirul, inilah kemenangan Nazirul buat kali kedua, okay, bagi musim ni. Tolong cerita dengan kita orang sikit race tadi.
First kali, syukur Alhamdulillah Allah memberi saya rezeki dan dia telah memberikan segalanya, dan saya terima kasih pada my team yang bekerja keras pada hujung minggu ni, dan saya terima kasih pada my mom yang sentiasa support dekat rumah tu dan kawan-kawan saya. Dan pada race tadi semuanya agak fight, so 1 sampai last pun masih fight. Saya cuba untuk fokus dan terus ke hadapan, dan saya fikir macam mana nak buat strategi, dan Alhamdulillah mungkin rezeki saya Allah dah memberikan, saya dapat menang nombor 1. Itu je.
Okey, syabas atas kemenangan Nazirul. Tapi ada satu lagi soalan saja. Bahasa isyarat apa tadi yang Nazirul buat?
Saya sebagai teammate, saya ingin tim saya pun naik sekali. So saya ada bagi isyarat untuk macam mana nak buat strategi lah.
Baik, selamat berjaya untuk race besok.
Okay, terima kasih.
And there we have it, Nazirul Izzat from Uma Yamaha Racing, you guys. Thank you for watching the show. We're going to jump into a quick commercial break. We'll be back. Keep your shoots on.
A very warm welcome back to the north of Japan. Oh gosh, we're at the Sugo International Racing Circuit. It is round 3, race 5 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship with IDEMITSU. And we are about to come into the AP250s, but those clouds look, Barry Russell, as though they want to have a little closer look at what's going on the circuit. There's a microclimate here. There is thunderstorm predicted, but let's see what happens. Let's firstly find out what happened during qualification earlier today. And in qualification today, it was nice and sunny. Very, very different, and coming out pretty early. Bike 123, Reza Danica Ahrens, the overall championship leader, who's got 2 firsts, a second and a third. But he won't be on pole today, Barry Russell, because Mohammed Fairozi, has got a little bit of a bit of work on him. Bike number 36, Fairozi, best that we've seen from him.
Yeah, there was a surprise awaiting in wrapped in blue, the Yamaha Racing Indonesia blue of Fairozi Torakatula. a surprise, but a really nice surprise to see him take pole position.
Astra Honda have been so dominant so far in the 250s, and yes, they'll be there or thereabouts, but this is Herjan Adna Ferdaus, who's third in the championship standings. But 123, Reza Danica coming in and having one or two problems, Reza Danica. Still P2, but he won't be on pole position, so it's not exactly what Reza Danica was after.
Yep, he's running with 500 RPM top-end rev cut, owing to his early lead in the championship. There is Ferozi Torikatula, number 36, blue, and there he's just trailing Muqtadar Sarapuch, while last year's champion looked on. There was Muqtadar. She did well to come in a very close third place in qualifying.
Like 36, Ferozi is the man who will be on pole position, and doesn't he like it? So Yamaha, the blue of Yamaha, will be pretty happy, but they'll be looking up in the clouds, and we saw that, I think it was the 250 in this race last year, where the local racers said, those clouds are coming in, we're going to put some wet weather tyres on. It's probably not cool enough or dark enough for that, but if you do put wet weather tyres on, it could give you a real advantage.
It could. It would be a good gamble if you're a wild card. And I have to tell you, Des, when I was on the way back from the podium ceremony, there were a couple of big, heavy drops fell on my unprotected head.
Okay, right. And also, this is a very greasy surface, and lots of times the track goes away from you. Right, let's go down to Yulina, who is hopefully dry, and she is down on the grid. Let's see who we've got.
We have a very huge change in weather right here, and strong winds are coming our way in Sugo circuit for the AP 250 class. But I'm standing right here next to Nguyen Duc Thang right now in P20. Are you happy with your first race here at Sugo?
Tôi cũng rất là hạnh phúc khi lần này được tham gia tại Sugo trên AP 250. Thì tôi cũng khá là hồi hộp so với thời tiết hiện tại.
Yes, he feel happy and ready, had enough the condition for ready the race.
Thank you very much and good luck. Let's head on over to P13 right now with Idlan Hakimi.
Well, as Yelena finds her way down the track, Nguyen Duc Tan, I'm glad there was a translator there. I can get away with a little bit of Japanese, some Malay, but my Vietnamese isn't all it should be cracked up to be. But good to give Duc Tan just a little bit of a profile, because he doesn't appear at the top of the grid, but week on week, year on year, Duc Tan is getting better and better, Barry.
Yeah, he is, and it's good to see, because they don't have any racing facilities to speak of in Vietnam. So it is Roni in this championship, and we're going to go to Idlan Hakimi with Yulina now.
Idlan Hakimi at P13 now, right next to me. Hi Idlan, how challenging has the weather conditions been for you at Sugo? And now it seems like it's also going to rain.
Yes, pada sekarang ni memang banyak saingan saya kerana mereka pun laju di sini, manakala rider Indon yang banyak laju di kategori 250. Tapi saya harus kerja keras untuk fight dengan diorang pada race kali ini, dan saya akan cuba buat yang terbaik dengan condition yang sekarang ni.
Terima kasih, dan harap Idlan dapat mengatasi pelumpuan ini walaupun dengan cuaca yang tidak menentulah. Okay, let's head on over to P6 right now and have a little chat with Herjan Adna Ferdaus.
Okay, once again, as Yelena heads down to Herjan Adna, I can tell you those conditions really are changeable. Who would take the gamble of maybe changing tyres? Is it too late to change tyres now, Barry? It probably is, isn't it?
I think it is. If you've got no chance, then probably put on wet tyres. But otherwise, I think I think you have to go with slicks. That has to be the decision.
Okay, I think Yulina is down with Herjan Adna, who is with Astra Honda Racing, third in the overall championship.
Right here next to me at P6 right now from Honda Astra Racing Team Indonesia. Herjun, you've been top 5 most of the weekend. Are you feeling confident of this race?
Yeah, feeling confident, feeling comfortable with my back, because Sugo track last year I can podium here, and I will do best of me in here and try to manage the point for the championship. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. We'll have to go for now. They just blew off the whistle. That's the AP 250 class for now. Let's kick off the race.
Indeed, Jelena. Thank you very much indeed. Yes, Herjan Atner did get a podium last year, but he also had the did not finish in the wet.
Yeah, the wet race was chaos, as we remember. There was only a few locals that put on wet tyres, and made that gamble that paid off handsomely for them. But everybody else was just teetering around on slicks.
Here's the pole sitter, Fairozi, who's a very useful competitor. He is a 1 Prix champion from Indonesia, but this is now in the 250, so he's on pole, a 1:39.078, which is 2/100th of a second quicker than the championship leader, Reza Danica Arans, whose worst position this season, Barry, is a P3 at Sepang last time out.
And hence he leads the championship by 18 points.
Muklada Sarapwech, of course, the ultimate competitor, and she will really take things on. I tell you what, she gives you that little sweet sign, but there is no bigger competitor out on the circuit.
No, she always gives it 100%. She had a DNF and a lower place finish in Sepang, so her championship is not in the best shape. She's down in 7th currently.
Irfan Ardiansa on the Kawasaki. It's still strange to see Irfan in the green of Kawasaki on the Ninja, but he's in P4, a 1:39.2, alongside a young fellow who's done really well for Astra Honda Racing. He was introduced to the team for the first time this year, Veda Ega Pratama.
And he's come straight in, and he's really fast, and he is second in the championship.
And won in Sepang. He had a P3 and a P1 in Sepang last time out. His worst finish was a P9 in Buram in the second race of the first round of the season. And then we've spoken to Herjan Atner, who's in P3 at the moment. He had a P1 and a P2 in Sepang. But as I'm looking at these riders, Barry, I'm looking up at the skies, and I'm seeing if they're filling up. We've got 12 laps of the race. If it doesn't rain now, it's almost certain to rain midway through the race. It just has that feel about it.
There's something about AP 250s and rain here at Sugo, because yesterday in one of the practice sessions, I think it was the second session, started dry, it went wet, then it went dry, and then it rained again. We had 4 changes of the weather.
On the Estimo Racing grid in the pit lane there. Okay, so we'll have the formation lap. We have got 24 starters, and we'll have a chance to go through all 24. Fairozi for Yamaha Racing Indonesia on pole position, alongside championship leader Reza Danica Arans for Astra Honda Racing, and Muklada Sarapwech for Honda Racing Thailand.
Starting from the second row, Irfan Ardiansa. Next to him, Vida Ega Pratama, and his teammate from Astra Honda. Outside of him, Herjan Atner Firdaus.
Moving on to the third row of the grid, and we've got Jakripat from Honda Racing Thailand in P7, alongside Tanat. The Thais are making a real fist of the 250s this year. And Kiyoshi, we found him on for Motul Sniper Mantech Racing.
Welcome back from the Bermuda Triangle in 10th position. A teammate of Ferozi, Wahyu Nugroho. Outside of him, Toshiki Senda, wildcard for STG MS Hawk Pro. And outside of him, Cal Vietnam.
Hey, great position for Cal Vietnam, Honda Racing Vietnam in P12. Idlam Adkimi we spoke to for IDEMITSU Bunsu Honda P13, alongside Warrit for the East NJT Racing Team, and Watcherin also from the East NJ Racing Team out of Thailand.
And on row 6, we've got Irfan Heikel in P16. Next to him, Chihiro Ishii, who looked confident and aggressive yesterday. And outside of her, Savin Kintel.
Nitian from Victor Racing MLT Yamaha, the Vietnamese, alongside his compatriot Duc Tan, who we spoke to, Honda Racing Vietnam, and Liu Chun Mei from Motul Sniper Mantech from Chinese Taipei in P21.
And on row 8, we've got Yoshihiro Toyohara for Team Tech 2 and 24 Service and YSS. And next to him, we've got Victor Racing MLT Yamaha with Leon Nanser on board, and outside of him, P24, Li Ruiyun, recovering from injuries sustained at Sepang. So good to see her back out on track.
Yeah, it was quite a bash Li Ruiyun took, wasn't it? She was talking yesterday to Yulina about the injuries that she got, and where did you hurt yourself? And it was the shoulder, it was the arm, it was the wrist, it was the leg, it was the hip, it was the ankle, it was everything down that right-hand side, and she was limping as badly as I was yesterday.
Yeah, and you can see the spirits of the spectators not dampened by the conditions, and we're really, well, I'm really hoping it's going to stay dry. Des, I don't know.
Oh, rain
sure
improves races, Barry Russell. That's the riders, they love the rain. Okay, bike number 20 is Jakripat. home. He's had a good season. You base yourself in Thailand, so you know an awful lot more about the Thai racers than most. And Chakrapat, P4 in the championship standings, P7 here. He's quietly confident.
Yes, he's another good addition. They have as Astra Honda do, they have a really good talent development system. Chakrapat and Tanat Longpliao, the other rider. They've got 3 riders. Thai Honda.
12 laps of the track. Top left, red lights are on and we are underway. And it is a good start up at the front from Ferozi for the Yamaha. But on the inside line, Reza Danica, Maklada Sarapech also having a look there. But Ferozi, very, very good in qualification and very, very good off the line by Russell.
That was a magnificent start from Ferozi. It's so difficult, especially when your tyres aren't quite up to temperature, braking downhill there. I think that was a good start from Mukladar too. She's held her starting position of 3rd.
Yeah, the Yamaha of Wayunagroho in P10. But Bike 123, Reza Danica Arons, the championship leader, he's just holding on quite nicely in P2. And Maklada Sarapech, well, haven't spoken to this season, haven't really had time to. So she's come back from the Japan Supersport 600 season, back into the AP 250s, and is competitive, Maklada, as always. She's got herself P7 in the championship, 1 podium finish already. But it's Reza Danica who takes Maklada. Maklada goes around the outside of Ferozi, typically gutsy.
Yeah, that was a very wide line taken by Hergen as well. I'm not sure if whether it was deliberate. But he's got the 2 IDEMITSU Bunsu bikes behind him.
And the Kawasaki in there as well.
It's Irfan Ardiancia. He's holding his starting position, which was 4th, and he's just improved it to 3rd. As they go through the chicane, he muscled his way in front of Ferozi, and just behind him is Chakrapat.
Ferozi's dropped from P1 to P4, although he'll get a drag up the hill from the Kawasaki. So Ferozi will be in P3, but it's the championship leader, Reza Danica Arons from Maklada Sarapech up at the top of the hill. And coming through is Chakrapat, who has got himself in. We spoke about him, looking confident. As you say, a good young talent coming out of Thailand, and he's made a very, very good start to this 12-lap race.
And a very determined performance, as we expected, from Irfan Ardiancia. Ferozi Torakatula holding on well. Any other day, we'd have thought him with this leading group would have been an achievement.
Chakrapat made a slight mistake there, which allowed Irfan Ardiancia to go through. I still can't get used to Irfan in the green. There he is in the green livery of bike number 16, Irfan Ardiancia. She used to sing in the red of Astra Honda. But there he is in P3 at the moment. And Ferozi, having had a very, very good start, has been gobbled up just a little bit, and he's under pressure from Herjan Atna Ferdhaus and might drop out the top 5 if he's not careful.
And it looks like these two at the front, Reza Danica and Mukladar, are just putting a little bit of daylight between them and Irfan in P3. Let's see what they can do about it.
Veda Iga Pratama is also beginning to make a bit of a move as well. He's in P7. But you're quite right, the front two are pulling away and they're kind of helping each other. Well, helping if you mean, but Maklada is pushing as much as she can. And that means that Reza Danica has got to really give everything. Lovely line through the chicane from Reza Danica. He had a great drive out up the hill.
Yeah, it was. He dropped Mukladar on the exit there. He really did get that right. The way out, as you said, Des, is really important. But this is a good performance from Mukladar too, who pushed aggressively. Reza Danica on the latest 2023 version of that CBR RR250. Mukladar on the 2022 version. Reza Danica carrying a 500 RPM rev cut.
Yeah, you do have that in the 250s, just to equalise things up a little bit. You do too well earlier on in the season, it can come back to bite you a little bit. Well, on board with Irfan Ardiancia, who set the fastest lap of the race so far, a 1:39.5. So he's closed the gap on the front two, but tell you what, having come out to the chicane and got the slingshot up the hill, Reza Danica Arons has been able to just to hold on to that lead from Maklada. Behind him is a bit of a procession, and Ferozi has dropped another, what's he now? He's into P6, Ferozi.
Yep, he's down to P6. Mukladar had a look behind to see what the situation is. The situation is that Irfan is trying to catch you up.
Love the way she slides that back wheel. It's very Maklada.
And it's a very neat style, isn't it? She just kind of blends in as one with the bike. It's very low, off it. Reza Danica doing what he does best, which is leading from the front at the moment. Muqtada will be happy just to sit there. Let's see how they come out of the chicane last time, because it was definitely Reza Danica who got the advantage.
Muqtada's better through the chicane there, and she's following Reza Danica up the hill. That was better, she learned. I'm looking up in the clouds. It's still dark overhead, but as you can see, it is very dark, but there is no rain on the track at the moment. 10 laps to go. Reza sets a new lap. Oh, actually no, Muqtada has the new fastest lap of 38.8.
That's
First one to break 39.
Yeah, that's a good lap from Muqtada. I think the previous lap record was 141 something.
Yeah, the lap records have just been demolished.
They've tumbled. These bikes have moved on from sort of hybrid road race tyres to slicks this year, so that explains much of the difference. But Muqtada is getting on the case of Reza Danica at the moment, and Hurjan is trying to get after them, and in doing so, he's clearing off from the bikes behind him.
Irfan. Yeah, yes. Hurjan is a little bit further back. He's in P6 as Astra Honda have got 4, 5 and 6, and Reza Danica in the lead, but Muqtada Sarapek is very, very close, and poor old Fairozi on the Yamaha. He's dropped now down to P7 and is under pressure from Aiki Aoshi. Just to explain a reference we made to Aoshi, he disappeared on the hill on the last lap last season, and we didn't have a camera to catch him. He was doing well at the bottom of the hill, he just never appeared up at the top. Thankfully, he did appear eventually, but it was almost like a Bermuda Triangle situation.
Yeah, and here's another view of the slingshot out by these two bikes. And I doubt whether the 500 RPM at the top makes a whole lot of difference when what you need is the torque going up the hill there.
Muqtada's closer, but hasn't been able to get a drag off Reza Danica, but her exit out of the pits is out of the chicane is much better. Veda Ega Pratama has got himself ahead of Hurjan Atna. So Veda Ega Pratama, who's in P2 in the championship standings, he's made a move. He was in P8 at one stage. We're 1/3 of the way through the race. Muqtada still holds the fastest time, the only rider inside 1:39.
Yeah,
Reza Danica set a good sector 1 time. Sorry about that.
I was going to say, Muqtada is really quick in the 2nd and 3rd sectors. See, this is the technical part of the track. Then opens out onto the straight, and then it gets into the flowing final section that leads us round to the chicane.
We'll focus on the battle for P3, which is between Irfan Ardiansa and 54 is Veda Ega Pratama. Now Veda is putting some decent lap times in. He had a 1:39.1 last time out, but has got himself ahead of Hurjan Atna, and he's on the tail of Irfan Ardiansa, back up to the front, and Reza Danica, who's been leading since midway through the first lap. But Muqtada has been right on his tail. And we'll focus on this chicane. Again, Muqtada is neat and tidy, but he just looks neater through the chicane, does Reza Danica.
Yeah, good drive out from both of them that time. Let's see what the gap is as they cross the line, because it will be a drag race if the pattern of the race doesn't change.
But she's not really been able to get close enough to get that drag.
No.
It's close, but not close enough.
She's looking to outbrake him into turn 1. She did last time around, she did this time. And this is getting interesting.
So Irfan under pressure from Veda Ega and Hurjan Atna. Veda did get into P3 very, very briefly, but Irfan took a better line as they come up the hill through the little S, the S curve, and onto the highest point of the circuit. And then you've got the double right-hander into the rainbow corner. P1 comes through, and the differential is over 1.5 seconds.
Yep, and a jump start penalty announced there for Cao Vietnam. Cao Vietnam currently running down in 13th.
Yeah, he did so well. He got himself a P12 on qualification, Cao Vietnam. P3 though for Veda Ega Pratama. He's worked his way up nicely through the pack. He looks a very, very accomplished racer. But now he's got the pressure of Irfan Ardianta behind him. But while those three are battling Barry, the two ahead of them are getting a little bit further away.
They are, and I think the 3 or 4 bikes behind them have got an opportunity to close in. That group of 4 is led by Aiki Iyoshi, so he's closing in. They're a lot closer than they were last time around.
They are indeed.
So maybe Aiki Iyoshi will be able to come in and help out his teammate.
Midway through race number 1 of the weekend, race 5 of 12 of the season, and you can just see there that Irfan Ardianta, somebody had a little bit of a pull on him, and Irfan drops now to P5, having been in P3. And Iyoshi, in his teammate in the Kawasaki, is also closing. And poor old pole sitter Fairozi drops down to P8.
Yeah, Irfan is quite a tall rider for this class. So a combination of Honda power and some lighter riders on board those 2 Astra Hondas would have helped there. Meanwhile, Muqtada continues to keep Reza Danica honest at the front.
I'm wondering, is Muqtada pushing him, or is she happy just to be sitting on his shoulder at the moment and saying, yeah, I know where we're going, I've got this a little bit.
Yeah, I think she's taking her time.
As we have a look at the pit lanes, Reza Danica and Muqtada Sarupech, it's Indonesia Honda versus Thailand Honda.
Yeah, it takes us back to the halcyon days of 2017, 2018, when this class was basically a battle between Indonesian and Thai riders.
Here
both
we are
of those
in Japan.
Involved in that era too.
They were. They've been around longer than we like to think. Again, Muqtada, well done. She's following him nicely, but it's that drive out that each time Reza is just able to pull, it's 5 meters, no more than that.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But that keeps him out of the slipstream, or it keeps Muqtada out of his slipstream.
Yeah, and the group behind is enlarging from 3 to 7. Let's take a look at that as they come through.
They're nearly 3 seconds ahead of the group behind them, Muqtada and Reza Danica.
So yeah, new lap record, just see from Aiki Iyoshi, 138.682.
And there he is, the second of the Kawasaki's, the green Kawasaki's. You're quite right, he's pulled right up. You were just talking that that was a group of 3, it's now a group of 6, and Iyoshi, so long as he doesn't disappear, could well be a factor in this race.
And as is often the case, Ferozi Torakatula, the lone Yamaha in this leading group, or this close to the leading group. Check behind from Muqtada, yep, they're 3 seconds down the road.
I'm wondering if Muqtada's got enough actually to really take Reza Danica. I would have expected her to show something, because it's in her nature to be an aggressive racer, but she's not really shown any real aggression. We look at the difference between P2 and 3. It's nearly 3 seconds, 2.75 seconds between 2 and 3. So Muqtada's almost guaranteed a P2.
Yeah, I agree with you, Des. She doesn't look as though she's quicker. Just looking at the lap times here, what have we got last lap? She was 0.2 of a second slower than Reza. That makes a difference when you're running really close together like they are.
Iyoshi, the second of the green bikes there. It's a new lap record, 138.6 for the 250s, as once again Reza Danica leads. He's led over the start-finish line at the end of every lap. There are 4 laps to go. What has Muqtada got in her tank?
Yeah, in earlier laps she was threatening into that turn 1. Now it looks more like she's hanging on than threatening.
Yeah, Reza Danica has been very smooth. We've not really spoken about Reza Danica, but he's not looked troubled in any way, shape or form, has he? He's had a really good season, been on the podium in every race so far.
Yeah, a very, very cool customer who's extremely good at leading from the front.
As we have a look at Fairozi, who was fast in qualification, got himself back up into, well, it was 6th, I think it's 7th now, isn't it? 1, 2, oh no, he's got himself back up in 6th. He's got himself ahead of, who's he split? Oh, it's Irfan who's dropped down. Irfan Ardianta has dropped down, and Fairozi has maybe decided enough is enough. I'm fed up with going backwards. Let's try and retake some of those places that I've lost.
Yeah, but the campaign by Irfan fading. There may have been an error there. He's just gone back inside Ferozi. But he's got a bit of a gap to catch up now.
Yeah, it's a good race within a race. As the front two again come out, and again Razor gets just that lovely line out. I think McLeod's got to try something a little bit different just to get a better drive up the hill.
And that was a rain flag waved there, Des.
Yes, yes, we know it's coming. We know. I'd get on the throttle, guys, because that rain could well come into the last couple of laps.
Yeah, 3 laps remaining. Muqtada just dropping off the rear of Razor Danica's Astra Honda.
Yeah. This surface can get very greasy as well. We've seen in qualification if the tyres aren't right, because the track seems to just go away from you at certain points, like there. The camber just goes away. Oh, McLeod, a little correction there. She's lost a lot of time.
Yeah, she's losing grip. She put a tentative foot out halfway around one of the previous turns.
So that 3-second lead could well be eaten up. There isn't a lot of time left, so McLeod will come under pressure from Veda Ega-Pratama for Astra Honda Racing. 123, Razor Danica still leads. He's not slowed down, he's confident. You're quite right, the foot comes out from McLeod. That tells you that she's thinking, I've got to be careful. Yeah, it's a little bit greasy out there.
Yeah, it was a tentative feel. She made contact with the track surface. So a little bit of a gremlin, I think, coming into the mind of Muqtada.
And you can see the racers behind the Veda. Herjan Atna, 46. And Aike Aoshi, who's still got the fastest time out on the circuit. But they will think that they've got 2 laps here. They've got over 6.5 kilometers to try to catch up. What will be... It was 3 seconds, but it's nothing like 3 seconds now between P2 and P3. Razor Danica goes through. He's well clear. This is his race to lose. 1.7 seconds clear of McLeod. But that gap is just 1.6 between McLeod and Veda. McLeod is under pressure for P2.
Yeah, there's 0.15 of a second. Veda Ega was quicker that time around. He'll have to go better than that, but I suspect he will. He looks like he's speeding up, Veda Ega. So it could put McLeod under pressure.
What was McLeod's last lap? Her best was a 1:38. Her last was a 1:40.6. Gremlins in the mind of McLeod Sarpech. There she is. She comes round, yeah, under pressure. You know she's strong mentally, but rain can really, really play with the mind.
Yeah, it's the way those raindrops thud into your visor. It does concentrate the mind a little bit. And at this stage of the race too, there could be tyre issues for her.
Because she was racing.
Yeah, she was pushing really hard to try and overhaul Razor Danica. But that gap is shrinking.
Veda is closing, and Veda is taking Aoshi with him. The Kawasaki, the Astra Honda, is in P3. The Kawasaki is in P4. Just ahead of them, coming out to the chicane, is McLeod. Oh, and a problem. Problem for Aoshi.
Not again.
Same place. So he is out of the race, Aike Aoshi.
Same
At
place.
least we caught him this time.
Yeah, at least we saw what happened.
So Razor Danica is unconcerned with the problems for Aoshi.
Yeah, he's got a 2.6 second lead.
McLeod's advantage over Veda Ega is just 1 second. So this is the battle that we'll keep a close eye on. McLeod Sarapech has been in P2 throughout the race. Veda Ega is trying to get closer. He's got a lot of work to do because we are on the final lap.
Yeah, Muqtada putting a lot of pressure onto the bike to turn it.
Inside a second, the differential. It was as high as 3 seconds 2 laps ago.
Yeah, she looks like she's fighting the bike a little bit more than she was earlier, so perhaps grip problems.
And she comes down the hill. There's a little dip here into the right-hand corner. Veda Ega is getting closer. If he can get close enough once they hit the chicane, he might get a drag out up the top of the chicane. And that's a couple of corners away. This is the battle for P2. Veda Ega Pratama, second in the championship standings for Astra Honda. Closing on Maklada Sarapech. Maklada is brave though. She leans into that corner, as does Veda. This is the chicane. Reza Danica has a good entry. It's a brave work from Veda Ega Pratama as they come up the hill. Maklada just has enough, I think. Maklada will hold on to P2. Veda Ega in P3. The win though will go to Reza Danica Ahrens. Reza Danica Ahrens' third victory in 5 races. He takes P1, 25 points. Second, it's only just for Maklada, ahead of Veda Ega. Herjan Atna in P4, and behind them a big battle going on, and Jakri Pat gets ahead of Ferozi for P5. Irfan Ardiansa 6, Tanat 7, Toshiki Senda 8, Wayu Nugroho in P10. Reza Danica Ahrens, 3 wins in 5 this season, and it was not quite from flag to finish, but it was from about 5th corner to finish for Reza Danica Ahrens for Astra Honda Racing. A lovely, smooth ride from a smooth racer. Maklada Sarapech, a brave effort from her to hold on to P2. But Reza Danica is racing away with this championship. A 4th podium of the season for Veda Ega Pratama for Astra Honda Racing. And Jack Ripak, great result for him, edging P5 ahead of Ferozi. But Reza Danica, that was really good, and the rain didn't fall. There was a threat, and the clouds are threatening. But the rain might be a problem for the Supersport 600s, which are coming up next. Maklada from Thailand, but a good day for Honda. They're all good days for Honda on the AP250s. Ferozi in the Yamaha, fastest in qualification, but edged down to P6. But Reza Danica Ahrens, Buriram a P1 and a P1, Sepang a P2 and a P3, Sugo race 1 a P1, 111 points accumulated from 5 races. It really is a wonderful start to this championship. Race again tomorrow will be the midpoint of the championship, and Reza Danica Ahrens is really looking to be a very strong contender already for the title. The hard-working marshals, as we see the official results. Reza Danica Ahrens, after the 12 laps, 2 seconds clear of Maklada, who was just able to hold on by 600ths from Veda Ega Pratama. Good race up the hill. Honda Racing Thailand ahead of Astra Honda Racing. Herjan Atna Astra Honda Racing, 2.9 down on the race winner. Jakripat just edging out Ferozi. Honda getting the better of Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Irfan Ardiansa for the first Kawasaki in P7. Tanat Luangplio for Honda Racing Thailand in P8, 14 seconds down. Wayu Nugroho in 9. Toshika Senda, a wild card for SDG Hark Pro Honda in P10. Idlan Hakimi, IDEMITSU Bunchu Honda in 11. Warit for East NJT Racing in 12. Cao Vietnam, who had a ride-through penalty as well, in 13. Nitian, his Vietnamese compatriot, for Victor Racing in 14. Irfan Heikel, IDEMITSU Bunchu Honda, 46 seconds down in 15. Ishii in 16 for SDG Hark Pro Honda, wildcard. Wacharim for East NJT in 17. Kevin Kintal for Honda Racing India, getting good race experience. Yu Chun Mei on the Kawasaki in 19 ahead of Duk Tam. Started in 20, finished in 20. Yoshihiro for Team Tech 2 and 24 services, and YSS in 21. And Hong Kong's Yong Nangtse for Yamaha Victor Racing. Iyoshi, again, the hill caught him out. He'd raced so well, he had the fastest time, Aiki Iyoshi, but doesn't get a finish today, and Lee Ruyin was 5 laps down. Racing injured, that's a brave effort from Lee. Best of the highlights from the AP 250cc race 1 of 2 here at Sugo, race 5 of 12 of the season. And Reza Danica Arendt was on P2. After qualification, Fairozi in the Yamaha Blue was on pole, and the Yamaha started well, but that would be as good as it got. He maybe had half a good lap in the front, did Fairozi, but then he dropped down and down and down and would eventually finish in P6, having made a bit of a comeback. By this time, Reza Danica had got himself up into the front. Irfan Ardiansa on the Kawasaki was in P3, and he was going pretty well. He would finish P7 though. A couple of mistakes cost him there, but Reza Danica Arendt and Mklada Sarapec, both on Hondas but for different teams, were pulling well away. At one stage they got 3 seconds clear, but then Reza Danica was able to pull away Mklada as the clouds came in, got a little bit wary of the rain that might be falling, got a little bit skittish, a little bit careful, and in the end she was just able to hold on. Aike Yoshi, who'd set the fastest lap time, he went out with 1 lap to go, but Reza Danica took the victory, his 3rd race of the season. Mklada Sarapec just holding on ahead of Veda Ega Pratama to make it into the podium. And the podium is about to start, and Barry Russell is the MC. Barry is doubling up as my co-commentator, so he's sprinting between the commentary room and the Parc Ferme, and he's making the announcements. So Veda Ega Pratama called out. Mklada Sarapec is next out. Deserved applause. And Astra Honda Racing, it's another good day at the office for Astra Honda Racing. A P1 and a P3, and Reza Danica 3 wins in 5. The 2018 champion is looking a good bet to make it 2 AP 250 championships here at the Asia Road Racing Championships. Team award will, of course, go to Astra Honda Racing.
And to present the prizes.
And the prizes will be handed out, but before we get the prizes handed out, let's have the national anthem of Indonesia. Prizes for this AP 250 race 1 being handed out by Mr. Masanori Enomoto, the managing director of IDEMITSU Lube Asia Pacific, and they are the sponsors of this round here in Sugo of the Asia Road Racing Championship, round 3. Veda Ega Pratama, 4th podium, 2nd, 3rd position. He's had a P2 and a P1. In 2nd place, Mklada Sarapec, who will move up to 4th in the championship standings. Mklada, who won the 2015 Asia Dream Cup, has now 7 years as a professional racer and is still ultra competitive. It's her 2nd podium, but Reza Danica Arendt has got a huge lead in the overall championship. 27 points clear already at the top from his teammate Vader Aga Pratama with his third win of the season.
Presented to Astra Honda by Mr. Tetsuo Suzuki, the Honorary President of the Motorcyclist Federation.
And the team award, of course, if you've got a P1 and a P3, you will get that. And Tetsuo Suzuki, the Honorary President of the Motorcycling Federation of Japan, hands out the team award to Astra Honda Racing. Confirmation. Good day for Honda. Very good day for Astra Honda Racing. 1 and 3. Honda Racing Thailand with the competitive Maklada Sarapech holding on for P2. Team award to Astra Honda Racing Team. Overall championship standings by my measure, Reza Danica Arans has a lead of 27 points from Vader Aga Pratama. Astra Honda Racing 1, 2 and 3 because Herjan Atner is at the further 10 points down. Honda Racing Thailand's Maklada Sarapech on 54 points, just ahead of her teammate Jakripat Pwetithan. Bike number 20, who had a decent finish today in P5. Irfan Ardiansa, 41 points ahead of his teammate Aike Ayoshi, who went out with an engine problem on the penultimate lap. Irfan Heikel in P8 for IDEMITSU Buntu Honda accumulated 36 points. Cao Vietnam on 35 points. He had a tough day at the office today, but picked up 3 points for P12. Fairozi, despite being on pole, he's only P10 in the championship standings. Got Tanat and Warrit, the two ties from Honda Racing and East NJT Racing Team. Idlan Hakimi from Idemitsu Buntsuk Honda. Right, let's go down to Yulina as the rain, I think, is starting to fall. She has got us an interview and reaction to the AP250.
The crowd and his team cheers on loudly for Reza Danica Arans, nicknamed Silent Boy, in his team Astra Honda Racing. Now, ini sudah kali ketiga kamu menang di sini ya. Boleh cerita, bisa cerita sama kami? Gimana race kamu? Gimana kamu balap sebentar tadi?
Ya, setelah di kemarin latihan kita dapat lap time yang cukup bagus, juga pace yang kita tahu, maksudnya tim juga tahu kita punya pace yang bagus, punya potensi yang bagus untuk race di hari ini. Di race hari ini di awal saya mencoba fokus dengan ritme saya sendiri, mencoba no mistake di setiap lapnya. Every lap I see Muklada in behind, only 0.1, 0.2, but I just try focus. Finally I can make little bit away, go away, and finally until the finish line, I get the winner.
Kamu selalu sudah ya naik podium bagi musim 2023. Kamu bisa buat sekali lagi yang sama bagi sepanjang musim ini?
Ya, tentunya saya akan berusaha terus untuk bisa berada di posisi terbaik. Mungkin di podium tentunya juga saya akan berusaha terus di setiap serinya. Walaupun dengan challenge baru, kita dapat potongan RPM 1000, mungkin lebih kerja keras lagi, tapi saya akan berusaha.
Terima kasih dan selamat berjaya. And there we have it, guys and girls, as his skills and talent surpasses his silence. We'll be back right after the break, and we'll start off the Super Sport 600. But for now, stay with us.
Hands up if you think rain makes racing more fun. Barry Russell, your hand did not go up.
My hand did not go up, no. It's cold, it's windy out there. The weather has totally changed from what felt like a glorious English spring morning a little earlier.
We are at the Sugo International Racing Circuit, and the predicted weather looks like it is coming in just in time for the Supersport 600cc. It was beautiful, blazing sunshine. It's drizzle, which is probably worse than rain itself because it just makes the track slippery. And would you gamble on a slick, or must it be cold? Must it be a wet weather tyre?
It's really difficult to call. Let's just have a look. Okay, look at qualifying.
Highlights here when the sun was out from qualification of the Supersport 600cc. And they have a 30-minute qualification period. There were one or two real surprises. The overall championship leader, Karel Idenpawi, had a difficult time, and he was nowhere near the pace. In fact, Karel Idenpawi is down in P10. Helmi Asman, for a little while, had himself in P1, but even Helmi Asman had a tough old time. Helmi's in P3. Azroy Hakim Anwar. So Helmi got P2 in the end. But the interesting one with this Supersport 600, there's so many good Japanese wildcards. It could really cause problems with the overall championship standings. There's one or two of the incidents of yesterday.
Yeah, and that was what took Karel Idenpawi out. That very difficult downhill braking for turn 1. He lost the front. He was running at that time. He was just in front of Helmi and Azroy.
Kengo Nogawa is one of the wildcards I was talking about. Helmi Asman would hold on to P2. That was a heck of a... I haven't seen that from Karel Idenpawi before. I've not seen that angle, but I'm glad he looked all right. A little bit upset, but he looked okay. But so many were going off yesterday, either cold tyres or slightly greasy surfaces. Bike 57, Sho Nishimura for one XOX TKR Racing Team. He would get himself into P3, but it will be Kengo Nagao who is on pole, one of the wildcards. So that was qualification earlier on today when it was lovely and dry. But now, Barry, you've got to talk about the weather.
Yeah, you can see the contrast between the conditions in qualifying and what's it now. And we can see now, as we zoom in, the wet tyres are going on. That's definitely a safer option because it does feel as though the weather's going to get worse.
It is getting worse, you can see it.
And it is, it's teeming down with rain now.
Okay, let's go down to Yelena. Amidst all the wet and the rain and the wind, she's got some interviews for us.
I'm on the grid and it's raining at this moment. We expect some heavy showers. For now, I'm at P3 with Sho Nishimura, the 2019 Asia Talent Cup, who's competing in the 600s. Are you enjoying the competition right now in this Asian series?
Yes, I'm very happy to join to ARLC, but now condition is very difficult. I never tried Dunlop lane tire, but I want to enjoy this race. Thank you.
Thank you very much and good luck. All right, and we're going to head. Okay.
So one of the young riders, Sho Nishimura, he's got himself on the front row of the grid. Sho Nishimura. I'm not sure we'll be allowed to get any more interviews there because there's so much going on. Tyres are being changed all over, as you can see, and quite right. We saw this last season. Those who actually decided to go on the wet weather tyres, it proved to be such a sensible decision.
Yeah, it did. And right now, nobody's going to want to talk because the riders have got to recalibrate what they're going to do in this race, and the mechanics are all over the bikes. So sometimes you need to get out of the way.
I feel sorry for the grid girls at times like this because it's absolutely freezing out there, and they've got to carry on and holding the brollies while they themselves are getting soaking wet, but all the work is going on in the tyres. Kengo Nagao, we had a look up there. What's bike 21? Is Adananta Putra bike 21. The overall championship leader, Karel Idenpauw, is back in P9, and this might be good for him, assuming he's able to get wet weather tyres on. This might not be so bad for Karel Idenpauw because he's such an experienced racer.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be interesting to watch what he can do. I'm looking forward to seeing what Kito Abe can do in the wet as well, because he's been really quick all weekend.
Abe will be starting in P4. I think we're going to be just trying to have a look at Karel Idenpauw, because that crash yesterday, I tell you what, these guys have got such mental fortitude, because it was a big bash, it was a big bang. He landed awkwardly, but they can put those things to the back of their minds, can't they? And he looks pretty unfazed today.
Nice new set of leathers too.
He's had a great season. 2 firsts, 2 seconds.
And we know he's good in the wet because he started at Sepang when he was in Moto 3.
Indeed, he's
so we know. So this rain,
he looks very confident.
Starting from the 4th row.
You just look at the shoulders are back. The whole posture is really good. This is the man on pole for Team Kenken, Kengo Nagao. He's one of the wild cards. Yeah. Everybody, I understand, is on wet tyres. Yeah. Everybody.
Yeah, that was confirmed here by the head tyre technician a few moments ago. So everybody running wets.
Helmi Asman, 2 P3s and a P2 so far this season. This is his second start from the front row. You can see a little shake in the head. It's not like this at Sepang. The rain is different as well, isn't it? It's not a tropical rain. It's one of the miserable Sugo North Japan rains.
Yeah, I think this is the kind of rain that you and I are quite used to, Des, back in the UK.
And it's chilly. Okay. Good luck. I'm not surprised you're saying good luck.
Yeah, and here's another rider who's good in the wet, another rider with Moto 3 experience, Nakarina Tirapuvapat. However, he has knocked himself around quite badly. It's a brave smile from him.
He's had a 1, 2, 3, 4 Chip Nakarin. He's second in the championship standings, 16 points behind Karel Idenpauw.
But it's just a bit physically easier to ride a bike in the wet. You're not putting so much pressure through the bike, so that might favour Nakarin as well. It's fun to speculate, isn't it?
Adananta Putra, who stepped up from 250 last season, hasn't found it particularly easy. Adananta Putra.
No, he hasn't. He's won race 2 in 250s here last year.
Yeah, but the 600s are very different. Galanghendra Pratama, you do wonder if he could just get more power on the Yamaha, because he's got such talent, Galanghendra. So it's all about the mentality and how wet it gets, because we saw last year it can get downpour. All the crews are geared up for the wet weather as well.
Yep, stoical smiles from Bunsu Honda technicians there. And these riders are about to find out, at least get a clue. Look at the white patch, the dry patches where the bikes were standing. So this is genuinely wet. They will now get an idea of how wet it is around the circuit.
It's the greasiness more than anything else. It slides away from you. Let's just have a look though. Kengo Nagao in P1 for Team Kenken, alongside Helmi Asman, Bunsu Honda from Malaysia, and Sho Nishimura, the one XOX TKR Racing Team, good young racer from Japan.
Yeah, and on the second row, Kito Abe been impressive all the way through this weekend. And We're just hearing, was that Sho Nishimura crashed? Anyway, in 5th place, Yuta Date, and 6th place, Soichiro Minamoto.
Adelanto Putra from Astra Honda Racing in P7 alongside Yamaha Racing Indonesia's Galang Hendra Pratama. He might enjoy this. He's got experience. Azroy Hakim Amwa, who's in P9 on the Honda.
Leading row 4 is a Rainmaster, Karol Idampawi. Next to him, Shota Ite, another really good wildcard here. Outside of him in P12, the knocked around Nakarin Atirapuva Pat, but also a wet weather expert.
Every time I look at these grids, I think there's good races. Look at this, Ratapong Willaroth down in P15 for Yamaha, Gary Salem in P14 Astra Honda Racing, Motoharu Ito Motorbum Honda in P13.
Down on row 6, we've got Panason Kausomti for Honda Racing Thailand. Alongside him, Andy Mohammed Fadli. He did a wet race here last year in the 250s.
Yes, he did.
Yamaha Racing Indonesia. And outside of him, Afif Anram, another debutant to this class for Yamaha Gen Blue Racing.
And Xia Juntong from Victor Racing coming out of China is in P19. You're quite right, Andy Mohammed Fadli, he's the man to blame for this, isn't it? The rain follows him.
It seems to. We thought it was following the 250s, and the rain was threatening during the 250 race, but now there's no doubt about it. We've got the spray, we got the wet track all the way round.
We knew it was coming. It was just a case of which race it was going to be. I think all the riders are aware that it's going to come as well, and they're just crossing fingers it's not their race. Sorry. The 600s drew the short straw. I'll be interested to see what happens for the superbikes, whether or not this hangs about, because the rain, the drizzle can hang around for hours at a time here.
And interesting listening to the interview that Yulina did with Sho Nishimura. This is his first time on Dunlop wet tyres. He's starting from the outside of row 1.
Actually, is he there? Yes, he's there. He's very late into his position. Okay, so as the rain comes down, 15 laps of the track. Red flag, green flag, go. Red lights, top left of your screen. When they go off, I'm sure it'll be a tentative start. Indeed it is. But it's Kengo Nagao who's got off to the best of those starts. Bike number 55 in the black livery, but on the inside of him, Helmi Asman gingerly edges into that first corner. Nobody leaning too much at the early stages. And it's very much gentlemanly after you, Claude, kind of racing in the early stages.
Yeah, that was nicely done from Helmi, though, from row 1, because he was under pressure and he just had to feel his way around there. But now he's got, is that Nishimura that's gone past him?
Yeah, Nishimura got in there, 57. Sho Nishimura, young racer. Actually, Helmi Asman was there. Oh, we've got our first casualty. Yeah, and it's the greasiness of the circuit with the tyres not quite having been warmed up either. The back end can just go away from you, and there's very little you can do to stop it.
Yeah, we didn't see what happened, and especially if you go offline, as you can do on the first lap when there's a lot of bikes running all together, then if you get off onto the slippery part of the track, that can make it even worse.
Where's Kengo Nagao? I'm looking for Kengo, bike 55. Yeah, no, Kengo's the one. Yeah, Kengo's the one who's gone, you know. The guy who set the fastest lap. He's not going to get through the first corner.
So, but in front now is Soichiro Minamoto. We know he goes well in the wet from Suzuka in 2019. When, without checking, I think he took a race win.
Adelanto Putra is looking quite composed as somebody goes down on the corner of the chicane. The yellow flags are out, and that's a nasty place to go down.
I think that's Ratapong, and that could turn into a red flag if they can't get that bike out of the way. The rain coming down really hard now.
So through the first lap, it's Minamoto from Kito Abe, from Helmi, from Galang Hendra, from Chip Nakarin, Date, Ita, Adelanto Putra, Azroy Hakim, and Ito. And yeah, I can tell you, Kengo Nagao, we are confirming he's not got through the first sector and is out of this race. Fastest lap of 1:52.222 from Soichiro Minamoto, 3/10 clear. But for now, it's just staying up. Helmi Asman goes through, bike 32.
No impression being made on the leaders by Karol Idampawi as yet.
This is Minamoto leading the way from Abe. We had a little look at Abe, and Abe looked fairly secure. P3 is Helmi Asman as they come through the rain.
Yeah, Helmi also looking good there.
Our cameramen are going to be busy as soon as they're at the other side of the course. They'll be wiping these lenses clean. As Minimomoto gingerly edges his way. There's no full lean there, and you can fully understand it. Particularly on these corners that go away from you, the back end can just slide, but that enables a change of lead. And the new leader is Kito Abe.
Yeah, Helmi doing well to hold on there. And behind them is Galang Hendra somewhere. And Nakarin, Atirapuvapat. So good showing from the injured Thai rider.
Okay, Kito Abe leads. We're on board with Minimoto. So Minimoto, as they come up the hill.
Yeah, that rain is turning from drizzling at, when they went off on their warm-up lap, turning torrential as it is, as Kito Abe takes the lead into this tricky turn 1, but he does it beautifully.
The spray, and oh, wow, okay. Yeah, we've got another problem. I think that's Kengo Nagao.
That is Shota Ite.
Oh, and Ite, second one to slide out. Ratapong slid out as well. So
Yeah.
we've got casualties all over the place. Yuta Date looks like he's struggling. Up at the front, though, Kito Abe is having a great time. Whoa.
Yeah, there he goes. Oh, and his teammate followed him and nearly hit him too. Wow.
So that was Yuta Date and Shota Ite. Two of the wild cards.
That was close.
Having a wild old ride.
A bit of
Helmi Asman looks under Minimoto.
A bit of a target fixation thing there, I think, from Shota Ite.
So, in the race itself, the tactics are now just make sure you stay on the bike. That's objective number 1. Helmi Asman is in
moves,
P2.
Yeah, he moves ahead of the early leader, Minimoto. Kito Abe at the front, what can he do?
13 laps to negotiate, and that is the word. Abe is setting a decent pace. He's throwing himself into the corners.
Yeah, you can see the riders are more confident in these rain tyres now. You'll see it when we get to turn 1 next time around. There's a lot of glare coming off that track surface as well.
Minimoto gets out of the spray line.
And just watch as they go through, as they hit the apex of this turn. They're just about getting their knees onto the track surface.
Big gap between these front 3 and Chip Nakarin in P4. Nakarin's got Galang Hendra for company, and Motoharu Ito, one of the wild cards.
Yeah.
Helmi is holding on to P2 from Minimoto.
And the injured, or at least knocked around, Nakarin is up into 4th. 5 seconds off Kito Abe.
Gotta say though, Abe is having a terrific race here. He's just posted the fastest Sector 1 time of a 26.1, which is 5/10 quicker than anybody else. He's got himself a 1.1 second lead over that battle between Helmi Asman and Soichiro Minimoto, which we're watching just at the moment. Helmi on the Bunshu Honda. Oh, they both go wide.
Nearly both go wide, so it shows you how treacherous these conditions are. Helmi gets it straightened out first. Minimoto went a little bit further off than...
That was the corner where we saw Date and Ita go off at the same time, so there just must be a little bit of extra water on the surface right there, so that'll be lodged in the riders' minds.
Yeah, and these Dunlop rain tyres pumping out the water, keeping the track dry underneath. It's hard to appreciate if you ride a bike on normal road tyres, just how good, how well these Dunlop rain tyres stick to the road.
The Dunlop boys are earning their money today. They'll be very, very busy.
I'm just wondering where that glare's coming from, Des, because there is some glare on the track, so does that mean the sun's coming out?
Helmi Asman, in the meantime, is ignoring the glare. He's got himself into P2 as they come through the mist.
Yeah, Helmi doing well there to get clear of Minimoto. Whether he can do something about Kito Abe. is another question, but there are 11 laps left.
Chip Nakarin's making a little bit of an impression. He's got himself to within 2 seconds of Minamoto.
And he's bringing Kota Arakawa with him, last year's Supersport sensation at this round.
Azri Hakim is up there. Where's Caroline Mpawi? We thought that Caroline Mpawi would be able to do better here, as Azri Hakim Anwar just goes on the inside. Bike number 20 gets on the inside. Yeah. Caroline Mpawi, we thought, would rather enjoy it being in the wet, but he's not really made...
12th, and there's an Astra Honda down. I think that's Adananta, the lanky figure Adananta. Yeah, it's the number 21 bike. Where did that land? Is that on the track? No. Yes, it is.
That's
so
on
they're
the
going to need to drag that off pretty sharpish.
And he's being dragged away. He wanted to get back on that bike, but the marshals are saying, no, that one is too dangerous.
Yeah. And the marshals looking a bit nervous about clearing that bike off the track. Let's see what happens. We could be facing a red flag. Hopefully not.
Kito Abe, as we approach the 1/3 mark of the race. Kito Abe in the wet. Well, the rain doesn't look to be coming down as much as it was, but it's the drizzle. It just continues to keep you there. They're all on wet weather tyres, of course. Confidence is improving. Abe, best lap was his last lap, a 1:44.133.
Yeah, this is a proper wet race. There's no mixed conditions for them to contend with, so these wet weather tyres should perform well for the full race length.
He comes up the hill into the high point corner. Behind him, a real race going on. Helmi Asman is clear in P2. Minamoto is under pressure, though, from both Chip Nakarin and Motoharu Ito. They've managed to get the Adanancho Pucha Astra Honda bike off the circuit. You saw just in the background there after Rainbow Corner.
Yeah, more good work by the marshals. They had to do the same thing to Ratapong's bike at the end of lap 1. Impressive work here from the rider on your screen at the moment. Helmi Asman, he gets around this turn a lot better than he did last time around.
But it's still very tentative, isn't it?
You can
Everybody's
see
a bit worried about that.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the problem corner. The horseback corner as Kito Abe comes around into the chicane. It's a healthy lead. He's got 5 seconds. But that can soon disappear if you make a mistake in the wet.
Yeah, look at the standing water at the entry to the chicane there.
Battle for P2. This is the battle for P3. Minamoto under pressure from Chip Nakarin. And Ito is following up. Ito, bike number 54 for Motobomb Honda. But Abe is leading the way for one XOX TKR racing team. The Japanese, he's very much a part of the championship. He's had 2 P4s. I can tell you Gary Salim is another who has gone out, I think at the end of midway. It's that corner, it's that horseshoe, that horseback corner. And whether or not his bike has stayed on the circuit, that could well cause a yellow flag or a problem, but the guys at the front, a red flag. So Gary Salim's incident has caused a red flag to be called, and Barry Russell, I think this was only a matter of time.
Well, yeah, it's unfortunate to see, though, with 9 laps remaining, because it will be a very, very short sprint if they restarted. I guess maybe 5 laps. That's a shame. It's a shame for the riders that have done so well so far, particularly Abe, Helmi, Yamamoto, Nakarin.
But it is a red flag situation, just as conditions looked like they were improving. But I can tell you that the Gary Salim incident seems to be quite serious. That's why the red flag came out. It wasn't a case of the bike being in an awkward position, but the reports back from the rider. We will keep you up to date as early as we can.
Should get some information soon about how long that interruption is likely to be. Hopefully the rider's okay. Should take some clearance of debris off the track.
So a red flag has been called after 6 laps of the Supersports 600cc. The wet weather came just before the start. Everybody reverted to wet weather tyres. We had people sliding off from the first lap, the likes of Kengo Nagao, who was the pole sitter. He went off on the first lap. Since then, Adelanto Putra, Shota Ite, they've slid off. Yuta Date slid off but restarted. But Gary Salem, he's been involved in an incident at the end of Sector 2. And we understand there's some concerns over Gary. We'll get an update as early as we possibly can. In the meantime, the riders will focus on getting themselves in the right frame of mind.
Been working so hard in the race, particularly the 4 riders I mentioned, the front 4, as the race was red flag. It's been hugely frustrating for them because they had an advantage. They had pretty much points in the bag. They kept it up.
So it's our second red flag of the day, but this one is very much weather induced. Gary. Just waiting for news. There's no news as yet. And so just having a look at the circumstances. Rider safety and rider interest absolutely paramount. In the meantime, the teams will protect those tyres with the tyre covers. You can see the wind is there as well as the rain. It's a lot chillier as well. You mentioned though it's a microclimate of its own making here.
It's cold and windy and it's raining hard now. These are not great conditions. You need to complete 2/3 of the race to call it a result. So now is a dilemma for race control. He's one of the crash casualties.
This is Ite, who we saw crash out and was able to avoid, or Date was just able to avoid Shota Ite. That was a little bit hairy. They followed each other into the same corner. But that's a crashed bike. That's what a crashed bike looks like.
Yeah, crumpled, isn't it? I would best way I could describe that.
And a disconsolate walk back from one of the furthest parts of the circuit. Red flag called after 6 laps. As soon as we get some news, we'll pass it on to you. But for now, there is no news. And so the riders, like us, will just have to wait. Adelanto Putra, we saw him crash out. Adelanto, again, is on the far side of the circuit. And we'll be waiting for a ride home or a lift home. This is Sugo. It was sunny this morning. As you can see, it's very, very rainy now. Track conditions very, very difficult. And we've got a red flag that has caused a temporary stop. We do not have a time from race control as to when we will be back. And the reason for that is that there's some rider safety issues. So there is the lift back for Adanantaputra. He's happy enough. And in the meantime, this is where Ratapong went out, so there was a little bit of debris left on the circuit there. So Ratapong slid off, and as you say, there was a lot of standing water at the bottom of that chicane. So two for the price of one. That's Kengo Nagao, who went out very, very early on, and the dirt on the back of his leathers tell you that he's had a slide in the grass. As we still await official news, this is the 4th race of 5 of the day. There's still the Superbikes 1000cc race to come. And those riders will be looking on anxiously up at the clouds and up at the umbrellas around the circuit, which is wonderfully nestled in the foothills to the east of Sendai. In the meantime, while we await some news, we will be breaking away from coverage, and in broadcast we'll be heading down to a commercial break. When we come back after a 2-minute commercial break, we hope to have some official news on what's going on. But for now, a red flag, some rider safety issues mean that we can't give you any further news just for now. But do join us in a couple of minutes' time.
IDEMITSU IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. IDEMITSU IRG5. IDEMITSU IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. IDEMITSU IRG7.
A very wet and rather somber welcome back to the Asia Road Racing Championships in association with IDEMITSU. We're at the Sugo International Circuit. We had a red flag after 6 laps of the 15-lap Supersport 600cc after the latest in a number of incidents in which Gary Salem was involved. Rider safety meant that there will be a long delay. We are going to be back. The race will start over 5 laps, I believe at 15:35, which is in 11 minutes time. I understand that is what it is. Race direction, bottom of your screen, is telling us that. So what was a 15-lap race becomes a 5-lap sprint. The news that they are restarting is good news for us, Barry Russell, because the concern when there is such a long delay in information is that there's real rider concerns. But Gary Salim, although we had news that he was unconscious, clearly there is some good news. Again, we will bring that to you when it is officially confirmed to us, but this suggests that it's good news.
Yeah, it does, and you could see a race direction there with our camera following them, moving along the paddock, explaining the latest situation to the teams. So if we can get away again, as we suspected, it will be a 5-lap sprint race to restart. And you're never sure whether it's the camera or whether it's the sky that is making the scene look a bit brighter. But standing water there on that part of the circuit. The safety car does an inspection. They will keep moving around. It's rather a soggy official there on the right.
The concern is standing water, and again, it's the rain isn't. I suppose if it's coming down at you, if it's like a Southeast Asia rain, it's tropical. Here it makes the circuit greasy, and as you can see, is that a water pump that's being pulled out here? No, squeegee, big squeegee.
This is,
stuff. So they are a little bit concerned. There were a couple of exceptionally wet parts of the track.
Yeah, that will be the concern of the officials. But they have got some kit. Let's see how that works. Well, they're putting a bit more water on there, but that's in order to clean it. So we can see, this gives us a good idea, the spray being kicked up by the safety car and the rain dripping off the cover of the camera. But a lot of rain there.
So the safety car is out. 15:35, which is in about 7.5 minutes time, is the designated restart time. Officials all over the circuit checking for the worst parts, but yeah, you're quite right to talk about the spray. That's right in the middle of the track. That's the racing line.
Yeah, if the rain eases off, and it's difficult to tell right now whether it has, but look at that chicane.
I think the rain has eased off. It's not as bad as it was by any stretch of the imagination, but for some real on-the-spot coverage, let's go down to Yelena. I think she's in the pits.
Just reflect the race, and I'm with Nakarin at this moment. Nakarin, can you tell us about the race that you had earlier?
Yeah, in the race, coming rain, every lap full wet, but it's okay. Little bit slippery. I learned a lot from last lap and try to improve and catch the front group.
Do you think that now with the weather conditions changing, you'll be able to still do better, or will you remain the same pace?
Yeah, I will try to get first.
All right, good luck and thank you. Right, let's move on to the next one. Back to you guys over in the studio.
Thanks, Yelena. Yeah, Chip Nakarin had actually coped with it quite well. Now, is that rain or steam? I think that's steam because it comes off these trees with a little bit of the hint of the sun.
Yeah.
It's spectacular. It is spectacular, but for racers, it's probably saying, oh no, here we go again.
Steam or low cloud. I'm not sure of the technicalities here, Des.
All right, just to fill a little bit of time as we await, let's have a look at what went on earlier on. The umbrellas were out for the fans. They know about the rain here. And the man on pole position, Kengo Nagao, he was off before the end of the first lap. Bike number 55, there he is in the black with the yellow livery. So he's in the shot there, and he's going backwards. And that's where he comes off, going up the S's. The S's, that's Kengo Nagao. He was just going backwards, and there he's disappears. So that was Kengo Nagao. His race was over. Once we come back in, Ratapong Guillerot, he went off at the start of the chicane. That started yellow flag. Credit to the marshals. They got rid of the bike very, very quickly and cleared that up. Kito Abe was able to take Minimoto and help me, Asman. And these three are the ones who are coping very, very well with what was going on. Helmi in P2, the Malaysian, is used to tropical rain. But this is a different kind of rain. Then the red flag situation for an incident involving Gary Salim. And all the casualties were put in a tractor and brought back to the Parc Fermé. Okay, Julina is still in the pits, getting us updates, looking back and looking forward.
We just had a stroll over to the Yamaha Racing Indonesia team, and both of their riders, Andy and Galang, are sitting here. So let's just ask them what's going on. Apa perasaan kamu ya?
Ya, perasaan saya begitu sulit, tapi saya tetap berjuang untuk berada di top group walaupun kondisinya seperti ini.
Okay, let's go over to Galang and ask him how's he feeling. Okay, apa perasaan kamu ya?
Yeah. Sorry, what?
Apa perasaan kamu? How are you feeling?
Yeah. Wow, my first time race on the wet condition here is fantastic. I'm quite surprised. The grip are so good, but my setup with wet condition are not perfect yet. So yeah, with this red flag, I changed a little bit on the setup, and hopefully I can go faster than before the red flag.
But you see, the weather is now changing and the rain is gone. So, what do you think of that?
It's strange. It's so strange. It's so strange. So yeah, I just go all in and just enjoy the race.
That's very good.
Yeah.
That's very good. Good luck. And there we have it, you guys, the riders from Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Let's see what's up next. Stay tuned.
What a reaction. Hey, I'm not the only one who enjoys wet weather racing.
That's right,
Galang Hendra.
Yeah, he's enjoying it. It'll give him some advantage. The experienced racers can often do this. The crowd look for where the camera is. Wrong camera.
The sun is coming out. That'll be interesting because now it means that the surface will dry and greasy. I tell you, greasy is the worst thing to be. In the wet, you know what to expect, but when it's greasy, it might just disappear. The back end might disappear from you at any time.
Yeah, the thing is to get this 5-lap sprint to complete the race underway as soon as possible.
Galang Hendra he's an experienced racer, so he'll be one of those who I think we ought to keep an eye on. And Karoli Dempawi will be happy that there's a restart as well, because he hadn't really made much of an impact. Again, let's go back down to the pit lane where I think Ratapong Guilarot, who was one of the casualties, is talking to Julina.
We're still in the pits, but this time with Yamaha Racing Thailand, and sitting next to me is Ratapong. So, who's had a fall earlier. So, Ratapong, describe what happened to you just now during the race.
At the first lap, I touched with another bike in front, so I crashed. But after that, I tried to catch up the position. But after race back, so we have a good chance to renew again.
Okay. But the weather is changing now. Do you think that you'll be able to do better?
Yeah, for me, for sure. After riding many laps, I have more confidence, and I think we can improve more.
Okay, thank you and good luck. I hope you feel better. Right, there we have it, guys. And the race is going to start quite soon, so don't go anywhere.
小さい頃からやってきて変わらずにやっぱり楽しくてその延長線上に目指していくものがあるって感じですね。夢である MotoGP のライダーになって結果を残したいっていうところに向かって今もレースしてるのでその夢は諦めずにこれからも頑張っていきたいです。
15:35, which is very, very shortly, and then we will have a 5-lap sprint in drying conditions. They'll all still be on wet weather tyres, surely. Nobody would gamble. No, you don't gamble here.
No. Absolutely.
But the rain has stopped. But again, I keep saying it's the drizzle, which is very, very difficult to cope with. But the riders have had a chance just to get themselves back in the groove. There's Karoli Dempawi, the overall championship leader.
Yeah, after that crash in qualifying, this is a bit of a chance for him. He didn't really capitalise on it in the first part of this race, but in the restarted race he can have another go. There'll be fewer riders on the grid this time, that's for sure.
Panasorn was out there. Conditions definitely easier than when they went in. There's Chip Nakarin, who'd done well and was beginning to challenge for a podium slot when the red flag was called. So the grid, just for confirmation, will be the position that the race stopped in. So when the red flag went out, the position will be the new grid. So it won't be the qualification grid.
Yep, which makes total sense from a fair play point of view, doesn't it?
But also that there were big gaps, there were big distances. But the fact that we have got a new grid means that those who are a long way behind, like Caroline Pawi, who we said to keep an eye out on, it means they have a second opportunity.
Yeah, and it also means the riders like Kito Abe don't lose the advantage totally.
Correct.
That they had, yeah.
But Ratapong was out. Ratapong thought he was going to get back in the race. So had that lap finished?
I don't think. No, that was on the first lap that he crashed, wasn't it? I don't think he would have been entitled to a restart.
I'm just checking to see if Ratapong Willerot is out there. Bike number 56. Kito Abe will be the restarting pole sitter.
Yeah, it's a while since I've thumbed through a starting procedure manual, but I don't think Ratapong will be entitled to a restart, much though we'd like to see him out there.
Much changed conditions, though. You can tell the camera, it just looks a little bit brighter. We look up above us, and yes, it's cloudy, but it's light cloud, not the dark foreboding clouds that promised and delivered the rain. A bit later than advertised, but it came. 99 is Galang Hendra. Yeah, he's worth keeping an eye on. Azri Hakim, yeah. Helmi Asman. Helmi rode very well in the weight.
Yeah, he did, yeah. Helmi was really good in that first part of the race.
Kito Abe was the man who was leading. Kito Abe, who started off in P4 for one XOX TKR Racing. He'll be the new pole sitter. He is there on the, there you go, right in front of us, at the forefront.
Yeah, we just heard there's going to be one more formation lap, so everybody needs to get out of the way. That's wrong-footed quite a few people there, as you can see, but they're going to do one more formation lap for safety's sake.
30 seconds until they are sent out on that formation lap. When we restart, it will be some of them looked like they were racing, but when we restart, it will be a 5-lap sprint.
Yeah, Mamoto and Nakarin leading the way there.
This is a formation lap, just for confirmation. Fast formation lap, as everyone I think is just trying to just see, okay, where is the wet, and yeah, there is spray. Oh, even on the formation lap, we have got a problem. That's Xia Juntong.
That's Xia Juntong, yeah. So he didn't make it round.
That's the greasiness. I'm sure that's the back end just sliding away as you just try to throttle up the hill. So it is still greasy. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, Ratapong is out there.
Yeah, he is. So you must go back to maybe the lap before it was called. We'll get confirmation from race control later. They have to make these decisions on the fly. Sometimes we don't get all the info.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's better to see him there than not.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And the points will be awarded according to the finishing positions from this 5-lap sprint. So, start anew.
Chip Nakarim confidently sets up. Kito Abe had such a good lead, had performed so well in the wet. Those conditions very different. Now he's got to put that behind him, but remember the good things, Kito Abe. Nakarin will start in P4. Helmi Asman 32 in P2. Minamoto 22 in P3. Minamoto on the Yamaha Gem Blue Racing Team ASEAN.
Yeah, wind still blowing quite briskly.
So a 5-lap sprint. Eyes top left. Red flag is cleared and we are underway. And it's a decent start once again from Abe, but Helmi Asman's got there and Chip Nakarin's made a good move as well. But it's Helmi Asman into that first corner, forced a little bit wide. Abe's able to just slide through the gap and Minamoto holds on to P3. That was an aggressive start by Helmi, just a little bit too aggressive.
Yeah, it was a little bit too aggressive. He lifted the front wheel for a long time, so I was surprised at how fast he got down there. That was a nice bit of opportunistic overtaking by Kito Abe, who is trying to scamper away once again.
And it looked like that's exactly what he's doing. So the 1-2-3 remains the same. This is the restarted 5-lap sprint after the red flag. It is Abe leading the way. Kito Abe, one XOXTKR Racing Team on the Yamaha. And he's got himself a healthy lead from Helmi Asman, Soichiro Minamoto and Chip Nakarin, who you say loves to race in the wet. Minamoto comes through on the inside, forces Helmi outside, and Nakarin goes through, and back end lost by Minamoto. Yeah. He'll lose 2 places, but oh, and at the back end.
Oh, and that would be, is that Kota? I'm not sure who that is that just went off.
At the front though, it is remaining that Abe's made a great start, and Chip Nakarin's got himself up into P2.
Yeah, nice away from Kito Abe.
Abe will lead up the hill.
Yeah, he will have been, there wasn't Kota Arakara that crashed, that must be a Motohiro.
So it's a big lead of the restart for Abe, ahead of Chip Nakarin, Minamoto, Helmi Asman, Ito, Galang Hendra in P6, Azroi Hakim, Date, Panason, Andy Mohammed Fadli, Ratapong, Ahmed Afif Amram, and was it Carol Idampawi? Carol Idampawi is struggling. And Sho Nishimura is struggling as well. So Carol Idampawi, the championship leader, hasn't posted a time. Oh yes he has. Sho Nishimura hasn't. Sho Nishimura must have been the casualty. But look at this for Abe. This is brilliant. Chip Nakarin in P2 takes Minamoto with him. Yamaha Gem Blue rider under pressure from Helmi Asman, the Malaysian, for Bunshu Honda Racing.
Yeah, this is nice work from Nakarin. Probably they will have made some adjustments while he was in the pits to soften off the suspension. But Kito Abe's literally taken up where he left off.
Abe has established himself as a lead of over 2 seconds already. He's going through as Chip Nakarin is in P2, leading Minamoto, and Helmi Asman in P4. Behind them, Ito and Galang Hendra. Galang Hendra, who gave us the fantastic comment in the pits. Love that. Loves racing in the rain. As they come into the chicane, the man in green disappearing, almost hidden in camouflage in the green surroundings of Sugo. But this isn't easy for Chip Nakarin. He's got pressure from Minamoto, who'll have local course knowledge.
Yeah, as well as being another good wet weather rider. Helmi Asman, disappointing for him. He was in a good second place before the interruption.
They come through with a lead of 2.87 seconds for Kito Abe. We are on board Minamoto. As the signal breaks up, Minamoto 22 was the man whose camera we had on the bike. He's got Chip Nakarin in his sights, and Helmi Asman once again. Really enjoying the work of Helmi Asman.
Yeah, and this is brave stuff from Nakarin in particular. He is battered and bruised, and as you were saying, Des, it's amazing how these riders can be so brave, especially when you're carrying injuries.
It's the mental toughness, isn't it? That's the astonishing thing to the mere mortals amongst us. As coming through is Helmi Asman in P4, but Abe disappears. Chip Nakarin holds on. Minamoto. It's kind of a procession, but a fascinating procession in the wet, where you know one mistake could really, really cost you dearly. Behind them, Ajroy Hakim Anwar, Bike 20, and Ito and Date and Galang Hendra. He's lost a couple of places on the Yamaha. Chip isn't chipping away at the lead. He's under pressure from Minamoto and Helmi.
Yep, Andy Fadley just looking further down the order there. And FIFAM ran down in 11th and 12th. Khalid Mpawi down in 13th.
Really struggling, Khalid Mpawi, but look at this. Chip Nakarin has lost his P2, but might get a drag up the hill as Abe crosses the start-finish line now. Minamoto in P2, 3.5 seconds down, but Nakarin goes past him on the home straight. But we saw that in the underbone. Sometimes you can get a drag up the hill and it can drag you to the finish line. Minamoto has to stand up to avoid being caught as Helmi Asman chases in P4, 2 laps to go. Abe looks like he's got this one just about settled.
And with this battle between Minamoto and Nakarin, I think a good strategy for Helmi is just to sit there for until the last lap, really.
And he's got his teammate Ajroy Hakim Anwar closing him on him, Helmi. And sometimes they work together, sometimes they fight like brothers.
Yes, they do. Yeah, definitely some sibling rivalry.
As Helmi has a look over the shoulder. Don't you dare have a pop today, young fella.
Yeah, he's got a little advantage there, but that could disappear. But it is Nakarin leading them into that long right-hander. And he just looked confident when he was when Yulina interviewed him in the pits, didn't he? Just a little grin, shrugging off the aches and pains.
Just a medical update about Gary Salem, who he's been taken to hospital for further checks, but his condition is less serious than we feared at the time of the incident that caused the red flag earlier. So that's good news, at least encouraging news regarding Gary Salem. Back to the race, and Kito Abe has the lead as they go over the hill. We're looking at second place, and that is a real scrap. It's a one-lap sprint now. Minamoto and Chip Nakarin and Helmi Asman. Minamoto on the inside, has to hold on tight.
Yeah.
And does hold on tight.
Yeah. This is nervy stuff. This is where something could go wrong. Unless they're really, really careful. They want the places. They also want to finish.
Ajroy Hakim Anwar is just lurking in the background, just in case there's a problem with these three, because they are scrapping for positions, and also closing in is Motohiro Ito and Yuta Date. But these three, Minamoto, he's got himself into that lead, and Chip Nakarin for so long was in P2. He finds himself not only worrying about will he be able to get P2, will he be able to get a podium, leading by a veritable country mile out in the country is Abe. Nakarin goes on the inside. Can't hold it. Has to leave the braking late.
Yeah, he's going to get another chance as they come up to the chicane.
The double left-hander coming up. And then they will head into the final opportunity for Chip Nakarin, but Minamoto has raced a couple of fabulous laps. This is into the chicane. Coming out of it, Kito Abe, Minamoto, lovely line through the chicane. What kind of a drive can Minamoto get out of it? It's a good one. Minamoto will get P2. Nakarin under pressure from Helmi Asman for P3. The winner is Kito Abe. Abe takes the 5-lap sprint. 25 points for Abe. Minamoto in 2. And just holding on was Chip Nakarin from Helmi and Ajroy. And in P5, Motohiro Ito. Date gets the better of Galang Hendra and Panason in P9. But fabulous from Abe in the initial first 6 laps, and then brilliant in the last 5 laps.
Absolutely, we almost forgot about him. He was so far clear, but that battle for second was really good. Those riders were incredibly good to stay on. No mishaps, but really tight racing. Bravo to them.
Indeed, brilliant racing in the wet, as Barry has to make a sprint in the pouring rain to get to the podium to announce the winners. He's lost 7 kilos in his time in the commentary box today as Barry Russell. The good news as well is that Gary Salem, he goes off to hospital in the helicopter. And of course, all of our best wishes go with Gary. But it is for a checkup for further information. But Kito Abe wins this shortened race in the wet. Minamoto makes it a Japan 1-2. And Chip Nakarim holds off a determined effort from Mohamed Helmi Azman for Bunchu Honda to make it P3. But Abe, that's very useful for him. That is his 4th podium in 5 races. It's his first race of the season. He was the it's his first win of the season. He's had 2 P4s before now, and it'll move him on to 71 championship points. And it brings him into contention because Karolid Mpawi was down in a lowly 13th position. And his lead in the championship is under real threat. But as the rain clears, the results will be Kito Abe, the victory there, and it was a comfortable victory by 2.7 seconds, and he did that slowing down. Terrific work by the Yamaha 1 XOX TKR Racing Team racer. Sochihiro Minamoto, bike 22 for Yamaha Gen Blue Racing ASEAN. 2.7 seconds down. A further half a second down was Chip Nakarin for Honda Racing Thailand. Helmi Azman, a brave effort, but was 500ths down on the Bunchu Honda in P4. Ajroy Hakim Anwar, his teammate in P5. Moteharu Ito from Motorbom Honda in 6, a local team. Akino Speeds Yukadate in 7 on the Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Galang Hendra Pratama, bike number 99 in 8. Panason Kusonti for Honda Racing Thailand, 16 seconds down in 9. Ratapong gets a finish in P10 and 6 points for Yamaha Thailand Racing. Amadafi Famran, Yamaha Gen Blue Racing ASEAN, bike 50 in 11th. Andy Muhammad Fadli is finding the step up to 600s very difficult, but Yamaha Racing Indonesia finishing in P12th. Non-finishers, Ite, Gary Salem, who's on his way to hospital with our best wishes, and Sha Jun Tong. And there are the celebrations. We saw the fist bump from the team manager to Kito Abe beforehand, and now he joins his team. And in the wet, well, what a little bit more water when you're so wet already. Japanese flag, Japanese victory, Japanese success. One XOX TKR Racing's Yamaha, really, really strong. Best of the action from a red flagged race in the Supersport 600cc. Everybody on wet weather tyres at the start, and right from the very start you could see there were going to be problems. The pole sitter Kengo Nagao out on the first lap as he slides off. I think it's just at the back here, you see there he disappears, slides off, and we knew then that we were in for a torrid time. There were incidents galore. There is Thailand's Ratapong Willarot going off, but there was a particularly serious incident which saw Gary Salem rendered unconscious, and that forced a red flag. But the casualties were brought back. We had a 5-lap sprint in the wet, but right from the very start, Kito Abe, who had led so wonderfully in the first 6 laps, he would get off the traps brilliantly. He wouldn't set the fastest time, that would belong to Soichiro Minamoto, but you just look at him, the green of 1 XOX TKR Racing. Sliding out was Sho Nishimura, the youngster, so no points for him. Chip Nakarin and Minamoto had a great battle for P2, but it was Kito Abe who took 25 points. Minamoto holding on ahead of Chip Nakarin, and Helmi Azman coming through in a valiant 4th place. So rain affected, but 25 points and a very, very happy and spirited performance from Kito Abe. As the podium is there, Chip Nakarin in P3. Sochihiro Minamoto for Yamaha Gem Blue.
Was Keito Abe from 1XLX TKKR.
And your race winner, look at that from Kito Abe. Had performed well in qualification to come in P4, performed absolutely wonderfully on the wet weather tyres, and we'll hear more about his race in just a moment. The team award will go to 1XOX TKR Racing as well, and the presentations will be handed out after the Japanese national anthem.
Please stand for the national anthem of Japan.
There's one to send back home to the team, as the winners will be presented with their prizes by Stefan Maki Karapie, the FIM Asia president, who are so supportive of the Asia Road Racing Championships. This is round 3 of 6. We've been in Buriram, we've been at Sepang, here we are in Japan. We're off to Mandalika in Indonesia, Zhuhai in China in early November, and finish the season back at Buriram. Maki hands out P2 to Sochihiro Minamoto. Really good race from him. Seeing this fella go from a very promising young racer into an almost finished article. But Kito Abe, I do believe this is his first win in the ARRC for 1XOX TKR Racing Team on the Yamaha YZF-R6.
Please join the podium for photographs.
The team award presented by Masanori Enomoto, the managing director for IDEMITSU Lube Asia Pacific. Again, our thanks to the sponsors, particularly to IDEMITSU, who are such strong supporters of this championship, which
Please pose for photographs. Congratulations to everyone.
so confirmation. Abe P1, Minamoto P2, Japan 1-2. The Yamaha, Chip Nakarin's Honda for Honda Racing Thailand in P3.
Thank you, everyone.
Now, the racing can make life very, very difficult. Of course it does. But Kito Abe was able to splash his way through in convincing style to take his first win. And as you can see, it's clearing a little bit. Khalid Mpawi clings on to the leadership of the championship. He picked up 3 points here for finishing in P13, and he's 3 points clear of Chip Nakarin for Honda Racing Thailand, who moves on to 90 points. Helmi Asman in P3, a point clear of today's race winner, Kito Abe. Minamoto moves on to 66 points in P5. Ajoy Hakimanmo for Bunshu Honda Racing on 47, 2 points clear of Ratapong Guillerot, who got himself a P10, having earlier crashed in the red flagged race. And Panason for Honda Racing Thailand in P8 on 34 points. I do believe we're going to get some reaction from down on the trackside where Yulina is ready to talk to, I hope, the winning racer.
We're standing on the podium right now with Kito Abe, who's just crossed the finish line for the Super Sport 600s during the rain and also when the rain stopped, and there was also a red flag, so there was a lot going on. Kito Abe, can you tell us, was that race difficult for you?
Yes, very difficult condition, and in first time Dunlop tire wet, this track wet condition, so I'm so scary, but very good feeling. I tried pushing, and I'm so really happy. Okay, thank you so much, team, my family, my sponsor, or guys, thank you so much.
Do you think that you'll be able to keep up this same pace tomorrow?
Tomorrow, one more time, I get the win. I want to get the win. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much and good luck to you. Right, let's jump into a quick commercial break and we'll come back to the ASB 1000s.
小さい頃からやってきて変わらずにやっぱり楽しくてその延長線上に目指していくものがあるって感じですね。夢である MotoGP のライダーになって結果を残したいっていうところに向かって今もレースしてるので、その夢は諦めずにこれからも頑張っていきたいです。小さい頃からやってきて変わらずにやっぱり楽しくてその延長線上に目指していくものがあるって感じですね。夢である MotoGP のライダーになって結果を残したいっていうところに向かって今もレースしてるので、その夢は諦めずにこれからも頑張っていきたいです。
A very warm welcome back as the sun just begins to peek through the trees at Sugo. We are just a little bit to the east of Sendai. Is that sun or is that mist? It's improving, it's drier, no matter what. Barry Russell alongside Des Corkill talking you through 5 races today. We've had 4, 2 of which have needed red flag, 1 of which had a restart. And was in torrential rain, and now we have the 1000s, and the weather is clearing up just in time. Let's have a look though at qualification, which took place earlier on today, to see who we should look out for. Qualification in the lovely sunshine of this morning, and there's some really good races here. Haruki Noguchi is the overall championship leader, and the Japanese was looking in pretty good nick right from the start, the SDG Motorsports Hawk Pro racer. But the likes of Reita Shima, who is one of the many wild cards. He was putting in a challenge, and so was Marcus Reiterberger. And by Russell, Marcus has been quick all week. He's taken to this track very, very easily.
Yeah, amazing that it's his first visit here, and he did get on the pace so fast, even on Friday. That was an incident for Aslan Shah, whose bike broke down and cost him about 10 minutes in the pits. Haruki Noguchi was going around in about P3 until later in the session.
Reiterberger it was who was setting the main standards of 1:27.2, which was pretty quick. It's already lap record time. He's broken the lap record in practice, never mind in qualification. So he was looking really good, Marcus Reiterberger. And also looking good was the...
Yeah, it was
Aslan Shah Kamruzaman coming back on, but very, very late on, Noguchi, bike 73, says, I'm the championship leader. I was robbed of it last year because he was injured. He thought it was his title last year. And so Noguchi said, let's get things sorted out. And he is the man who'll be on pole position this afternoon. But they were in conditions where it was lovely and dry. Now it is damp. This course is greasy and slippy, and common sense would suggest that you think very hard about your tyre choice here.
Yeah, this is a really difficult decision now. As I walk back from the podium, I was thinking, well, push comes to shove, I'd probably go for slicks because it looks like it's brightening up, which means you're going to lose out in the early stages. And perhaps a more conservative decision would be to go on wets and hope that the track remains wet long enough for you to get away.
The weather forecast was for one thunderstorm. We've had that one thunderstorm, and then it was for things to clear up. So if you can trust the weather forecasters, then you maybe do go with slicks. Let's go down though to Yulina. She will be able to give us better answers on what tyres have been selected by individual racers.
Right, the rain is gone, but the winds are really strong at this moment for the ASB 1000 class. I'm standing with Aslan at this moment here, number 25 from the 1XOX team, and we're just going to chat to him. Aslan, you look really uncomfortable on the bike, so how are things for you now?
Yeah, it's been a tough week. Little bit struggle to find a dry setup, but this is race one. It's wet and everybody is first time, so let's see.
Right. So good luck, and we hope that you do really well despite the weather conditions. Right, we're gonna walk over to Yuki Ito right now, but for now I'll send it back to Des in the studio.
Thanks, Yulina. Yeah, okay. Aslan did look a little bit uncomfortable there, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. That was a good spot actually by Yulina. But he knows how to race in the wet. So let's see. He's a clever rider, isn't he?
Really clever, yes. He had that. He came off earlier on today, so he's had one or two problems. As he said, it's not been a great weekend, but he's got a really good teammate in Marcus Reiterberger alongside him.
Yeah, a lot of good data in that 1XOX TKKR BMW pit.
But yeah, Aslan has he knows how to race.
It could favour Get Well, Andy.
Self-explanatory.
Yeah.
Marcus Reiterberger, rider stats just sliding in a little bit prematurely. But let's firstly go down to Yulina. She's found another victim to talk to.
Right, we just took a few steps over to P10 with Yuki Ito at this moment from the Yamaha Gen Blue Racing Team ASEAN. Yuki, we're so happy to see you back here in the Asian Championships. How are you managing with this current weather now?
Yeah, I'm so happy to back in this race. I like this situation because always like this situation I always standing podium like this. So anyway, I try to best this race.
That's very good. We really like your positivity. Good luck. Right. That's a very positive note from Yuki Ito. I'm just going to send it back to the studio. Sun is out, and we're going to walk over to Lachlan Ipis at P13.
The sun is out, and that was very positive, and we are very happy to see Yuki Ito back, who never fails to have some kind of involvement in the race. He's always a good competitor. It is home for him, and welcome back to Yuki. Are we expecting to get him in the top 6?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Absolutely. He's expecting to arrive on the podium. That's going to be quite hard work, but in these mixed conditions, he's a rider with the experience and the sheer grit to do it.
That was very confident there from Barry Russell, and your punditry has been very good today.
Yeah, so this is, we're wishing well to Champ. That's the nickname of Pasovit Titiwararak. Had a bad crash yesterday. He's recovering in hospital, and we all miss him and wish him well. Sorry not to see him out today.
Local fans coming out. It's a beautifully appointed circuit here. What are we, about 20 kilometers outside of Sendai? Beautiful undulating circuit. And Yulina back down on the circuit.
Right, so third rider on the lineup to chat to on the grid for today is Lachlan Ipis from Evolution Sports Group. So Lachlan, we just wanted to catch up with you prior to the race. It's been a really challenging weekend with the weather changing and everything. How are you managing?
Yeah, not too bad. Struggling more with just the different tyres that Dunlop have brought out for this weekend. They're slightly different sizes, trying to work out which was the right tyre for the race, and qualifying was tricky, but I'm quite comfortable. I'm happy in the wet, so it should be a good race.
We hope you keep it upright for the race. Right, we'll send it back over to you, Des, in the studio.
Thanks, Yulina. Yeah, 23-year-old looks very mature. Actually looked fairly confident out there, Lachlan.
Yeah, some riders do really enjoy racing in the wet. There's Markus Reiterberger as one of the world's best endurance racers. He'll be used to racing in all kinds of conditions.
1:27.780 for Markus Reiterberger. That looked like it would be good enough to get pole position until Haruki Noguchi posted a 1:27.610. So I think we can expect to see a bit of a battle between the Honda and the BMW. Behind them, you had Kunamine, one of the wild cards for Toho Racing, and Kazma Daniel, a 1:28.2. Kazma, I don't think we've seen the best of Kazma so far this year. He hasn't had a podium. His best position, in fact, was only a P8, and that was in the first race of the season. And Kazma will come good at some stage, providing his machinery holds up.
Yeah, and I was pleased to see him qualify in 4th place today. He is doing double duties these days, also competing in Moto 2. But yeah, Kazma starting from P4, that promises well. He had a podium finish last year. He was a rookie last year and really strong.
Yeah, he came very close. He got top 3 in the overall championship standings, Kazma.
Yeah, he was 3rd in race 1 and 2nd in race 2 at Sugo, so he likes it here. There was the double winner from last year and the pole position man for this year, Haruki Noguchi. Very cleverly timed run in qualifying. He put his qualifying rear tyre on very late in the session to snatch pole position away from Markus Reiterberger. There's the defending champion, Zakwan Zaidi. He's got some work to do after qualifying in P6, as we've got the...
So let's talk through the tyres. Everybody's on slicks, is that right? Yeah, everybody's on slicks, and everybody's on rain tyres. My apologies, and Keisuke Maeda is the only one who isn't.
Well, there you have it. There's a gamble from Keisuke Maeda that the track will dry out.
Wow! So he's the only one who took your advice.
Absolutely. So there's our winner for this afternoon, Des.
So Maeda, let me let you know, he is in P8 as we look at Kazma Daniel, who's in P4. Alongside Kazma Daniel, Kota Arakawa. I've really been looking forward to seeing Kota Arakawa race. I watched a lot of him on the All Japan Series in the 600s last year, where he was just about unstoppable. And I've been looking forward to seeing how he is, Kota Arakawa. There he is, bike number 54 for Motobum Honda.
Yeah, and the sun's out. The wind is still quite stiff, as Yulina said when she was on the grid, so that's going to help to dry the place out. I do think, though, joking aside about whether you go on slicks or rain tyres, who's that, Tadej Okada? Whether you go on slicks or rain tyres, if you are in contention, you have to take the more conservative choice and go with what everybody else is going with.
Well, everyone's on rain, so position number 7. Black livery, red helmet, middle of the third row. Let's keep a close idea on him. Right then, so the formation lap. 16 starters. Haruki Noguchi from SDG Hark Pro Honda on the Honda. Markus Reiterberger on the BMW for 1X BMW TKR Racing, and Takuma Kunamine for Toho Racing, the wildcard.
On the second row, after a promised qualifying session for Kazma Daniel. Next to him, Kota Arakawa, and outside of him, Zakwan Zaidi, who qualified 6th.
Row 7, Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, who looked very glum when spoken to by Yulina earlier on. Kaisuke Maeda, keep an eye on him. He's the only one not on wet tyres. Andy Farad is the half for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa. On the Honda is in P9.
And row 4 was led by the confident Yuki Ito, who enjoys the rain. We know he goes well in the rain. Next to him, Rei Toshima for Dogfight Racing, and outside of him, another wild card, Kosuke Akiyoshi.
And then on to P13. Row 5, Lachlan Epis, Evolution Sports Group, the 23-year-olds on the BMW, alongside Shinichi Nakatomi, who's a little bit older at 48. He's the test rider for Dunlop on the Yamaha. And then Ant West, who's a little bit younger, somewhere in between. He's 40 years of age for Victor Racing. Good to see him still on the circuit, despite the bike being not competitive.
And completing the grid is Jakrit Swangsuat for East NJT Racing, and Xiao Yu Zhou for Savitar Team Asia.
And Joe is just loving the experience. He's not expecting to pick up podiums or anything, but to be in this company, he reckons he's learning race after race. Privateer. That's the hill, which is such a feature of this Sugo circuit. Right, Noguchi, Reiterberger and Kunemine on the front row. We saw there Andy Farad Izdahar. 18 laps of this circuit in drying conditions. Keep an eye out for bike 75 in the middle of the pack. Kaisuke Maeda for Team GYTR. He has gone for slicks with a hard and soft compound. There is the man.
Yeah, nice roll of the dice there. Hard front and a soft rear. Soft rear you'd certainly expect.
Red lights are off, we are underway. And it's a slow start from Maeda right in the middle of the pack. It's a fast start up the front. From Kota Arakawa got off to a decent start in there as well. And leading the way is Kunamine for Toho Racing, the orange and black livery. And he's followed by the two 10X BMW TKR riders.
Yeah, nice start from Aslan, who's got himself up into second, after starting from P7.
Haruki Noguchi got off to a miserable start, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Aslan Shah's got himself up into P2. That's a really good effort from Aslan Shah. P7 he started.
I think Haruki Noguchi got out of shape somewhere between turn 1 and 2, because he was about 4th into turn 1. So
right.
He's got some work to do now.
Reiterberger overtaken on the inside. 54 is Kota Arakawa, who knows this circuit like the back of his hand, and Arakawa is in P2. In fact, it's Japanese racers in 1 and 2. And Noguchi's dreadful start has dropped him right down in the middle of the pack somewhere.
definitely not the plan. Haruki Noguchi looking to capitalise on the home advantage to stretch out his 10-point lead that he's currently got in the championship
73
over Reiterberger.
Yeah, he's behind Akeyoshi, who's the man in pink, and Reita Shima, the man in orange. So he's just beginning to make a little bit of headway now. There's Aslan Shah Kamruzaman is in P4, but going through after first of 18 laps as Arakawa shows his speed. Kunamine, Arakawa, Reiterberger, Aslan Shah, Ito, Akeyoshi, Kazma Daniel in 7, Toshima, Noguchi back in P9, and Andy Farid in P10. Zakwan, way down in P11, Zakwan's ID.
Yep, and predictably, Kazuki Maeda in these early stages is way down at the back.
Okay, so there's Reiterberger, 28 going through, and 73 is making a better fist of things now. Yuki Ito has got himself up into P5. That's from a P10 start, and you were confident that he'd cope with these conditions well, and he looked pretty confident on the grid as well.
Yeah, he will. You can usually see that in a rider, can't you, when they just know, a bit like Nakarin at the start of the 600 race.
Ito
sprint, yeah.
Under pressure from Kosuke Akeyoshi in the easy to pick out all pink. And actually, he goes on the inside of Yuki Ito. Leading the way is still Kunamine from Arakawa. Akeyoshi on the Honda.
Yeah, and the two Gen Blue Yamahas running together with Yuki Ito, with Kazma behind him.
Yeah, I'm looking for Kazma Daniel to be able to make some kind of impression at some stage as we focus with Ito, but it's Japan 1-2. Kunamine, Arakawa, then Reiterberger on the BMW.
Haruki Noguchi way down in 9th.
As they go up the brow of the hill. A lap time of 1:39.6 from both Kunamine and Arakawa. Really keeping an eye on Keisuke Maeda just to see if the slick tyre gamble works, but it still looks pretty greasy out there, so those slicks will only really come into play if it dries out very, very quickly.
Yeah, we got sun, we got a bit of wind, but I don't think he'll be able to catch up, and certainly not in the first half of the race.
Reiterberger has been quick and seems to enjoy this circuit. And he's leading the posse, and that posse includes Aslan Shah Kamruzaman and Kosuke Akeyoshi. Akeyoshi has a look on the inside of Aslan Shah. Aslan closes the gate. Behind them, Ito, Kazma Daniel. Reiterberger, that's the battle for P3, the BMW.
And this is the best we've seen of Aslan Shah all the time, as he just gets mugged there by Kosuke.
Looks for the switchback, Aslan Shah. Doesn't get a drive up the hill. Yes, he does. Behind them, Kazma Daniel, 27. Look for him. There's our championship leader, Haruki Noguchi.
Haruki really squandered that pole position start and has given himself a lot of work to do. He's got quite a while to do it. So there's a lot of surprises.
Well, that's a real train that he's got to get through there.
Yeah,
and he's not going to do. Yeah, he's not going to do anything coming up the hill. He's got to get closer if he wants to get any kind of a drag. And the spray is still going to be impactful for a little while at least.
Yeah, Andy Farid looking quite good at the moment, picking his way through there after his start from 9th on the grid.
We're sticking with Noguchi. Noguchi officially is in, where is he? P9 at the moment. He's quite a way down. He's 5.5 seconds down on the leaders. So you can see him coming up, but you can't see him actually getting into a top 1 or 2 position, because Kunamine and Arakawa are setting off a fearsome pace. 2 wild cards, of course.
Yeah.
They will pick up points in the championship, but it's unlikely they'll be involved in anything other than this Japan race. As Aslan Shah has a look on the inside of Marcus Reiterberger. Reiterberger says no. You can just see the track drying out in parts there, Barry Russell.
Yeah, it is drying out. We got sun, we got some wind, and that's working. While Kazuki Maeda still down in 16th.
Yeah, Kazuki Maeda, he's 24 seconds down.
but that can disappear, as we saw in Buriram at the end of 2022.
If the conditions continue to dry, and it does look like even that particularly wet part, the chicane, which had standing water on it for the preceding 600 Supersports race. But going up over the top of the brow of the hill is our race leader, Takuma Kunamine, ahead of Kota Arakawa. And then the two BMWs of Reiterberger and Aslan Shah. Aslan, he certainly looks like he's in the mood today. Tell you what, when he looks miserable on the grid, as he did, that is when he seems to really ping out his best performances.
Yeah, that's it. You need to put him in a race to really get the best out of Aslan Shah, because that's when it matters.
Get Yelena to upset him every race. That's the answer.
Yeah. Now we know what works.
Oh, but there again, he was throwing his body around a little bit there. But he's such a fearsome competitor. Behind him, Reiterberger is probably saying, who is this phenom called Aslan Shah Kamruzaman? I'm meant to be the boy with the best BMW here. And instead, Kazma Daniel is closing in as well. This is good from Kazma.
Yeah, it is, and he's taking a look. And some contact there with Marcus, and Marcus loses out in that particular clash.
Well, Kazma Daniel had the right. He had the right to hold that line.
Yeah. Yeah, hard but fair move there by Kazma Daniel, and seriously, it's good to see him coming back and attacking and threatening for the higher positions.
As he goes in, you can see Mark. I thought you Malaysians are meant to be polite, he says.
Who told him that?
So, Kazma, who's been racing in Europe, learned a trick or two. And is in P4 at the moment. It's the Japanese leading the way. Aslan Shah and Kazma. Two different generations of Malaysian racing. Two very good generations. Reiterberger in P5. Behind him, Andy Farid. You mentioned Andy Farid. He's tiptoed his way up very nicely into P6.
Yeah, Haruki Noguchi just edged into P8, so he's got Yuki Ito in front of him next.
So 5 laps gone from the race leaders. This is the battle for P3. We're on board here with Haruki Noguchi, looking backwards from P8 into P9 as he comes up the hill. I do think Noguchi will be expected to get ahead of Ito and Andy Farid, but there's some quick races ahead of him.
Yeah, it's a big ask for Haruki Noguchi, already almost 6 seconds down on the leader, and young versus older generation, and Kazma's really got it on that corner, hasn't he?
No respect for elders there.
No, and no respect for youngers either, as Aslan snaps back at him, and the third strike comes from Kazma.
Real good switchback work there, really good racing. Reiterberger looks on. Say, okay, you two wear your tyres out.
Yeah, these Dunlop tyres wear quite well in the wet. We used to see them chunking, getting overheated, but they will last. They won't be as quick as the slicks.
But you still want to manage them, Barry. You still want to manage tyres, and if you're dueling like Kazma and Aslan Shah were there, it can wear and tear. Aslan says, no, Kazma.
I tell you what, Des, Aslan is really good on the brakes into turn 1. It doesn't, on the TV screen, you don't quite appreciate the gradient that they're on when they're braking, but that's big boy stuff.
1/3 of the way through a fascinating Superbikes ASB 1000. It's race 5 of 12 of the season. Race 1 of 2 here this weekend in Sugo. As you can see, the weather is drying, but I think it's drying too late for Keisuke Maeda, who's the only racer to go on slick tyres. This is the battle for P3. P1 and 2, Kunamine and Arakawa are in a race of their own, but this is Aslan Shah Kamruzaman on the BMW in P3 as they come down the hill out in the countryside. Got Kazma Daniel, Marcus Reiterberger, and look at 23, Andy Farid is the high. He is staying the course.
Yeah, it is only a matter of time before Andy Farid is the half puts himself on a podium, and he has been threatening. He's moving up nicely now. He was really quick yesterday in free practice 1, and did pretty well for the rest of the day.
The respective pits will know how competitive their respective riders are. And Kazma, it's good to see Kazma. There's a little bit more of an edge with him. I like to see that, because at one stage, I remember when he was a kid and he had some great duels, but he always seemed to be the one who was bullied. Now he's doing the bullying.
Yeah, racing in Moto 2 will certainly help you with that.
As he comes through in P3, but he's 2.5 seconds down, 2.7 seconds down on Kota Arakawa in P1, as he went very, very wide there. You're quite right, how good on the brakes is Aslan Shah.
Yeah, that's really tricky. That was a difficult moment there for Kazma Daniel. He did well to hold it.
The sun is shining now. We've had the torrential rain. We've had 2 red flagged races in the 5 so far, so there have been incidents galore. It's been a wonderful afternoon's racing.
Yeah, and in terms of the racing spectacle, everybody at the front here is on wet tyres, so there's no advantage to be had by anybody gambling on slicks.
Where is Noguchi? Noguchi is at the back of that little pack. There he is, 73. And then behind Noguchi, you've got Kosuke Akiyoshi behind them. Rei Toshima. You can see him on a dark night. That's no problem. Toshima, Zakwon Zaidi down in P11. This could be a tough, tough day for Zakwon. And 91 is Jakrit. And then Maeda. We're waiting for Maeda. He's 26 seconds down, though. I'm not sure we can afford to wait for him.
He was 48 seconds down a few laps ago.
There is Maeda. Fastest lap of 1:37.6. Right, now that's not going to be quick enough. If Kunamine is lapping the 1:38s, he's going to be lapping 2 seconds, 2.5, 3 seconds faster than everybody else. But you never know. You never know. He took the gamble, and let's see if it works. This is the race leader, Takuma Kunamine.
Yeah. Untouchable race leader so far. We've barely mentioned him as we've been absorbed with that battle for third.
He is a wild card, so I can understand why we haven't really focused on him. But now let's give him a bit of a TLC. As coming through is Kazma Daniel. Oh, Kazma Daniel's got past Arakawa. Brilliant from Kazma. So Arakawa looked like he was a 2.5. So I can only assume Arakawa's made a mistake. But Kazma is flying now. And Reiterberger's got the better of Aslan Shah. Where's Aslan Shah disappeared?
He's dropped back behind Marcus Reiterberger.
Choyu Joe is being lapped.
But this is good stuff. We're seeing the Kazma Daniel, Kazmaudin that we know and love in this series. He's on a charge now.
So this is the Kazma. When he's exciting, gosh, he's great to watch. But he was a long way behind. Kunamine should be going through the start-finish line about now. We're watching the battle here between Ito and Aslan Shah. So Aslan must have made a mistake there.
And Haruki Noguchi about to knock on the door of Aslan Shah.
Kunamine, Kazma Daniel, Reiterberger, Arakawa's dropped down to P4. Aslan Shah P5. So something has clearly gone wrong with Arakawa. Yeah, he's moving to the outside, Arakawa. He's clearly got some mechanical problems, Kota Arakawa. And the Japanese is dropping further and further down. So Kazma Daniel is now up into P2 on the Yamaha. And closing in on Takuma Kunamine. The gap is just 1.5 seconds. What are we? We're about midpoint of the race.
Yep, and Haruki Noguchi is moving on to the back of Yuki Ito and Aslan Shah.
Noguchi up to P7. Andy Farage dropped down. I can tell you, Kasuka Maeda's just posted a 1:35.6. So he's 3 seconds faster. Ooh, it's probably not enough time.
Yeah,
probably not enough time.
23 seconds down. Nevertheless, it was a roll of the dice that was worth doing. But this is getting really interesting in this group.
Oh, 8 laps. If he makes 3 seconds over 8 laps, that's 24 seconds. No, wouldn't make it. but it'd certainly get much, much closer. Get up into the top 8, perhaps. As Kazma Daniel has really closed up. Reiterberger. Noguchi is beginning to make a move as well. Noguchi, little back end.
And you see those tyres starting to deteriorate a little bit as you saw Haruki Noguchi's bike sliding.
Kunamine, who had a seemingly impossible lead, or impossible to catch lead, has been caught by Kazma Daniel. And just over the course of a few laps, Kazma's lapping at 1:37.5, 7/10 quicker than Kunamine. And Kunamine is a decent competitor. He's not a championship winner in the All Japan, but he's a decent competitor nonetheless. So Kazma showing some real, genuine international talent here. World talent.
And here he goes very soon. He can take his time now. I think he knows that. Although he's looking eager, isn't he?
Coming down the hill. And Kazma Daniel is our new race leader with 8 laps to go. So Kazma Daniel, our new race leader, ahead of Takuma Kunamine. Maeda, meantime, a new best lap record of 1:34.4. But Kazma leads, Reiterberger third, Kunamine in between them.
And Haruki Noguchi still struggling to make an impression behind Yuki Ito and Aslan Shah.
Coming up the hill, these are 1-2, the 2 BMWs of 1XOX TKR Racing are 3 and 4. Reiterberger and Aslan Shah. 7/10 the lead for Kazma Daniel from Kunamine. 1.1 seconds between Kunamine and Reiterberger, 2-3. Kazma yet to win this season, yet to podium this season, remarkably, in the ARRC.
That's right, that package hasn't worked for him so far.
That's Yuki Ito in the sight of Haruki Noguchi, the championship leader.
Yeah, so Haruki has got past Yuki Ito now, and that means he'll be after Aslan Shah.
That's P4.
I beg your pardon, he's going to be after Markus Reiterberger next.
P4 for Noguchi, which means Aslan is dropping down. Aslan is dropping down. Aslan has dropped down to P16. Something has happened to Aslan Shah Kamruzaman. At the end of Sector 3, Aslan hasn't really come through.
Yeah, Yuki Ito's still pushing. Andy Farid still pushing. So Haruki Noguchi hasn't got away clean from these 2 riders yet. And he's got Markus Reiterberger, who he clearly regards as his main championship rival. After listening to his interview with Julina after he notched that pole position this morning, he clearly regards Reiterberger as his main rival.
Right, Reiterberger, talking about him, he's up into 3rd place as we look at the battle for P4. Noguchi, Ito, Andy Farid. Aslan Shah has disappeared completely off the leaderboard as Reiterberger looks on the inside and Ito looks on the inside of Noguchi. Noguchi, though, comfortably holds on. Aslan is off
Aslan
and
Shah.
out of the race.
I think that was mechanical. But Reiterberger now after Kunimine, and Haruki Noguchi after Reiterberger.
And then Reiterberger, well, he's having to work really hard as he comes up the hill through the S's. And then up to the high point of this circuit. The 2 right-hand corners, not easy to overtake at this particular juncture. You'll maybe have to wait until they come down the hill, and that allows Kazma Daniel to just increase his 2-second advantage. Reiterberger opens the throttle, and Kunamine is able to hold on. Reiterberger tries to go round the outside. Kunamine blocks him off. Reiterberger.
It is only a matter of time. And there he goes.
Onto this double left-hander.
So Reiterberger into P2.
6 laps to go.
Let's see what he can... let's look at his pace. It's been very similar to Kazma Daniels. But now he's got clear track in front of him. Let's see what he can do. down in P4. Haruki Noguchi's still got some bother from Andy Farid.
And Yuki Ito. I mean, you said it'd be top 6.
Yeah.
I really should believe you one of these days, Barry.
That will be the day that I'm wrong.
There is Noguchi in P4. That was a scary little moment for him.
Yeah. That was locked up under braking. He was braking hard all the way off the back tyre.
Just had to completely back off.
Yeah.
Back off.
That was all he could do. So another setback for the Japanese championship leader.
Keisuke Maeda, meantime, has got himself up into P12. He's lapping 133s. Running out of time, though.
Yeah, he's 4 seconds a lap faster than the leaders, but only 5 laps remaining.
This is Markus Reiterberger, the German.
So he's got a chance to shake things up in the championship now.
Second at the moment, trailing Noguchi by 10 points.
Yeah, and he's as he sits on track at the moment, he's got 20 points to bank. Haruki Noguchi has got 16.
13.
Sorry, 13, yeah.
So that'll close things up.
Although actually, no, that chart is from when they cross the finishing line. Haruki Noguchi hasn't got that now.
Kazma Daniel still leads the way. I suspect time is running out for Reiterberger.
Kazma looks safe. Let's have a look at the lap times, though, as we come across.
Where's Haruki Noguchi? Where's Haruki Noguchi? There's a question. Ito goes through. Haruki Noguchi is missing from that little battle.
Yeah, he went through in 6th.
No, okay. So that really did cost him. That mistake at the end of the long straight really has cost him a number of seconds. 2.5, 3 seconds down on Yuki Ito.
Yeah, it's a really difficult area, that turn 1, because of the downhill braking. You really pay a penalty if you get it wrong, and Haruki Noguchi has paid the penalty.
This is the battle for P3. Takuma Kunamine is the man in charge at the moment, the wild card, but he's got Andy Farid is the heart. The Indonesian working terrifically hard to hold off Yuki Ito. The commentator's favourite, or Barry Russell's favourite.
Yuki Ito? Yeah, everybody loves Yuki Ito. Why wouldn't you? What's there not to love?
On the Yamaha, P5 at the moment. Can see Noguchi just coming through, a corner down. And this is Reiterberger. The differential was 2.4 seconds. I suspect that's too much to overcome.
Yeah, they're running very similar pace, aren't they, Des? 2:37, early 1:37s.
Andy Farid would love to get himself onto a podium. He's got Ito on one side of him, Kunamine on the other. Andy Farid for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa comes in P4 at the moment.
3 laps remaining, and this is a good opportunity for Andy Farid.
Kazma was able to increase his lead slightly over Markus Reiterberger.
Yeah, really good pace from both them, but Kazma, this is impressive, and it's been missing so far this season, so it's great to have him back in the leadership mix.
Maeda, just to keep an eye on him, he's up to P9.
Yeah, you said he could come up to about P8, didn't you?
Yeah. He's skittling through the rest of the group. Still though, this battle for P3 as Kazma Daniel has a 2.5 second lead over Markus Reiterberger up at the front. Andy Farid could really use these points. He hasn't had a podium so far this season.
Here he comes.
Andy.
He's into P3 now, into a podium position.
That would be good for him.
Now let's see if he's got the pace to pull away from Kunamine. Looks like he has.
It certainly does. It looks like Kunamine was holding him up. Andy Farid has just posted a very, very quick Sector 3 at 20.7. Which is 6/10 faster than Kunamine. As they come through, there is Andy Farid. Ooh, was just a little bit loose. Andy Farid has a good drive up the hill. Back wheel wobbles. That's 1 and 2 going through. Reiterberger there. P3 for Andy Farid. 6-7 seconds down on the leader. 4.5 seconds down on P2.
Yeah, Reiterberger a little faster, but there isn't time for him to catch up unless Kazma makes a mistake, which isn't looking likely. The track's nice and dry. No need to take a risk. 2.6 second lead in this class is unusual, and he is very unlikely to squander it. Now, can Yuki Ito do something about the early race leader, Takuma Kunimine?
Ito in P5. Look confident, starting in P10. Loves these mixed conditions. They're on the wet weather tyres, but the conditions have dried out. There is the track. There's still 1 or 2 wettish patches further down. That's Zakwan Zaidi and Laklan Epis. So Zakwan is down in P11. He is the defending champion. He's 4th in the overall championship standings, but he looks like he's having a tough weekend here.
Yeah. Yeah.
As Maeda moves up to P9.
Yeah, he's now 15 seconds off the leader, so he is making really good progress.
Let's stick with 3. Andy Farid goes through. Right, this is P6, and there he is, Maeda. Wow, look at this. He is really making time.
Just take a look here, but Yuki Ito has gone past the early race leader, Kunimine.
Oh, Kunimine had such a big lead, as did Kota Arikawa. And I'm surprised that they've gone back.
Yeah, he hasn't managed the wearing wet weather tyres as well as the riders who have now gone in front of him. He might have a little bit more trouble coming up behind him as well.
We are on the final lap, and the race victory will be Kazma Daniel. And what a terrific performance it is. It'll be his first win of the season. As Reiterberger is in P2, here is Kazma Daniel. A supremely confident racer. A confident look over his right shoulder just to make sure Reiterberger hasn't made up a phenomenal amount of time, but it was 2.5 seconds the lead, 2.4 seconds now. And Kazma Daniel, Kazmudin, for Yamaha Gen Blue Racing, it's still 2.4 seconds. He's consistently kept that over the last 4 laps. He's kept Reiterberger an arm's length as he comes into the chicane for the final time. Another little glimpse around to make sure Reiterberger's not going to get too close. And it will be Kazma Daniel who makes the victory. Kazma Daniel, 25 points, a first win of the season for him. Marcus Reiterberger will come in second. Kazma Daniel celebrates in Kazma style. P3 will go to Keisuke Maeda, who got into P3 ahead of Andy Farid. Yuki Ito 5th, Kunimine 6th, Noguchi 7th, Arikawa 8th, Akiyoshi 9th, Rei Toshima 10th. And so the victory to Kazma Daniel, but you give this another 5 laps, and I tell you, Keisuke Maeda could well have taken that victory. Give that another 2 laps and Maeda would have got the victory. Finished with a 1:32.6, did Maeda. So slick, so nearly worked, but there is our Yuki Ito enjoying his moment in the sun, bike number 76. So a fascinating race. I love the wet. There's the man who came 3rd, Keisuke Maeda, decided to go for slicks and came through on the last lap with the fastest lap of the race, a 1:32.698. Just to pip Andy Farid is the heart. But the celebrations are in the Yamaha Gen Blue camp, because that is your race winner. So many plots and subplots there. But Kazma will take the victory. Noguchi, the championship leader, down in P7. And will lose the overall championship lead. There's a Malaysian flag for Kazma. Brilliant performance. Seemed a long way behind, seemed they had an awful lot of races to get through. And he managed to get through them all. First victory of the season for Kazma. It'll move him on to 61 points, which is still a chunk of points away from the overall championship lead, but it'll put him in fine spirits ahead of tomorrow and sets him up beautifully for the second half of the season. Kazma Daniel, a best lap time 1:37.229. Just to compare, Keisuke Maeda on the slicks was 1:32.6. So 5 seconds a lap quicker, 4.5 seconds a lap quicker. Wonderful performance to get the better of a very, very good Marcus Reiterberger is good. And look at Keisuke Maeda. Brilliant work from him. And the Dunlop time men are right there saying, hey, well done. That was a brave choice and a good choice. Oof. They're meant to be slick. Terrific performance from him. Sensational performance from Kazma. The team chose well. He rode brilliantly. And it was around about the midpoint of the race that he really made his move. And there was a wheelie over the finish line, and there's a wheelie into the pits. And a joyous welcome into the pits as well for him. You can smell that burning rubber through the TV screen. First win of the season for Kazma. Marcus Reiterberger, though, will be the new championship leader unofficially. We'll confirm that in just a second. Andy Farid Isdahar remains without a podium place after being pipped on the line. 3 fourth places for Andy Farid.
Wonderful race that was from the ASB 1000s, and we had so many unexpected results over this weekend. And over here I have with me Keisuke Maeda, sorry. Yeah, Keisuke Maeda. Do you want? Okay, so you made a really brilliant choice with the tires today. How do you feel about that? Because you climbed all the way behind to the front with slick tires, and you were the only rider on slick tires.
で今日はタイヤのチョイスがとても良くてですね、とても後ろから前の方まで行かれていて、今どういう気分ですかね。
そうですね、正直めちゃめちゃ悔しい気分で、あと1周あれば勝てたかもしれないっていう、賭けには勝ったけど勝負に負けちゃったって感じで、ものすごくなんか嬉しい気持ちもあり、悔しい気持ちもあり、ちょっとやるせない。でもまあポディウムは取れたので全力で喜びたいと思います。
So basically, he feels sad because if there's one more round, maybe he can win. But basically he get the podium, so he's happy and yeah. So he's happy and he's sad, but basically he get the podium, so yeah, he's okay.
Thank you so much. What a shame it was for you, but do better tomorrow. I hope you get better results tomorrow. Right.
Hello.
Right, and we've got Marcus who just jumped into the frame with us. Yeah, who is the new championship leader at this moment. So Marcus, that was a really brilliant race, but Kazma got you there. So what happened?
Yeah, first of all, for me it was a little bit difficult because I don't know the rain tire so well in this championship. So for me it was, I think since 2020, the first time again. And yeah, the first impression of the rain was slippery, but then the laps were not so bad. I tried to save my tire a little bit because I don't know how long it will last. But up from the middle, I understand that the tire still is good, so the front was no problem at all. The rear starts to spin. But I see that we can close up to the front guys, so I think they burned the tires. So in the end, I was one of the fastest. I can close a little bit, but I lost too much in the middle section of the race. So Kasper was a little bit too far away. But for the championship, it was the perfect situation for me. And I think in the end, podium is a very good result for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus, and congratulations on leading the title at this moment. And now we welcome Kasper Daniel, who just got his first podium of this year. Okay, so Kasper, you were riding those wet tires quite comfortably. Please describe what you did just now and how you entered the finish line.
Firstly, I want to say thank you to my team, and I feel fantastic on the bike. In the first moment, I don't feel confident, and then I tried to watch the front group, and then I saw maybe I have a little bit of potential to go. So that's why lap by lap I tried to overtake one by one, and alhamdulillah, syukur I got a win for first time of the year. So I will try more in the tomorrow race, inshallah.
We're so happy for you. We hope you do better tomorrow as well. Right, let's head to the podium right now. Back over to you guys.
Highlights of a fascinating 1000cc Superbikes race 1 of 2 of the weekend, race 5 of 12 of the season. And in this, it was a case of Haruki Noguchi was on pole position, but he got off to a dreadful start as weather conditions played a real part. All bar one racer deciding to go on wet compound tyres. And the early work was Kasper Daniel knocking Marcus Reiterberger out the way. And in front of them, Aslan Shah Kamruzaman was having a terrific time. Takuna Kunamine and Kota Arakawa were the early race leaders. But Kasper Daniel, he clawed his way back around about the midway mark and eased his way into the front. And Kasper was looking as good as Kasper has looked. He looked supremely confident on these tyres. Poor old Aslan Shah would later go out with mechanical problems. A mistake cost Haruki Noguchi in this race. It meant that he would finish 7th and lose the overall championship lead as a consequence. In the meantime, Andy Farid Izdihar looked like he was set fair for a podium place, having got the better of that battle with Kunamine and Yuki Ito. Kasper taking the flag first, Reiterberger second, but coming through in third was Keisuke Maeda, the only racer to go on slick tyres. But in the overall championship for Kasper, it was a terrific performance. His first win of the season. But the happiest man, I think, is this man, Keisuke Maeda, who came through from nowhere from 40 seconds down to pick P3. Marcus Reiterberger, by my reckoning, is the new championship leader. But Kasper Daniel, the happiest guy of the lot. Yep, he's back, and maybe his season starts from here. Fist pump fully deserved. That's a really good win.
General Manager of the Motorcycle Tyre Department for Sumitomo Rubber Industries, to present the prizes.
Third place, Keisuke Maeda, a best lap time of 1:32.698. That was on the penultimate lap. He had a 1:33.005 to nick second place. Markus Reiterberger on the wet weather tyres finished 2.1 seconds down on Kazma Daniel, but he's had a really, really good weekend, Markus Reiterberger, and is the new overall championship leader. And Kazma Daniel picks up his first win of the season. Prizes handed out by Satoshi Matsunaga, the general manager of the motorcycle tyre department, Sumitomo Rubber Industries, and the team presentation from Stefan Maki-Karapie, the FIM Asia president. And it goes to Kazma's Yamaha Genbrew Racing Team ASEAN team manager. And they got things absolutely perfect. The setup was right, the tyre selection was right, the tactics were right. Bided his time, made his move with 8 laps to go, and once he got into the lead ahead of Kunamine. Overall championship standings, a new overall leader, Markus Reiterberger on 93 points. Noguchi is just 1 point adrift, but that mistake at the end of the long straight hurt him hard. Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, 20 points adrift in P3 for one XOX BMW TKR team. Zakwan Zaidi, tough day at the office today for Zakwan. He's on 68 points. Kazma Daniel moves up to 5th on 61. Level with Andy Farid-Izdahar, who still doesn't have a podium this week for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa. Pasawit didn't start today. Hemant Kumo wasn't here today. So a change at the very top of the standings. Okay, this is Sugo. It has been fascinating. There have been 2 races that were red flagged. There was surprise winners. We had a rain-affected race. We had a wonderful performance in the thousands by Kazma Daniel. An excellent performance in the Super Sport 600 as well. And we do it all again tomorrow as well, where we've got the TVS1 make, the phenomenal Underbones, the AP250s, the Super Sports, and the big boys on the super bikes. Do join us at Sugo for round race 2 of the weekend, race 6 of the 12 race season. I do hope you've enjoyed the wet and the sun and the racing here from Sugo. I'm Des Corkle on behalf of the whole team, the camera crew, the production team, and of course Yelena and Barry Russell, saying goodbye for now, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.